Chapter 1432, Berserk Beginning. Chapter 1432, Berserk Beginning. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for getting a sesame seed cake. Long Fei let out a bitter laugh. Revelation of ice and snow, your sister. He crazily cursed. He was played with 100 times. Most people would go crazy if they heard it. Long Fei's blow had penetrated every inch of his body. He looked as if he was about to die. He really couldn't take it anymore, and his entire body was on the verge of collapse. There was clearly something good, but it just couldn't be pulled. How bad was his luck? He really wanted to cut off his hand. However, just as Long Fei was about to lose all hope, the system sounded out once again. Ding! System notification. Player has consecutively drawn 100 sesame seed cakes, receiving a special reward from the system. Huh! Long Fei's eyes darkened. Does the heavens want to open their eyes? Are we really going to open our eyes? The system's rewards would not be bad. He felt that the heavens were about to open his eyes, and seeing him in such pain would definitely make him happy for a while. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Sesame Terminator. An incomparably large sesame seed cake appeared in Long Fei's mind. It was more than 10 times bigger than the one in the past. Long Fei sat on the ground, his mind filled with fear. Right now, he didn't want to do anything at all. He only wanted to be alone and calm, because he was beginning to doubt life. He had nothing to live for. Heaven will close a door for you, don't worry, be discouraged, because he will also close one of your remaining windows, leaving you in darkness, eternal hope. At this moment, Long Fei was really beaten to the point that he couldn't take care of himself by this scones. He had never seen something like this before. What was this called? He fell into the pit and couldn't get up. Did I scold the system too harshly? Long Fei muttered. And Nangong Yen, who were at the side, looked at Long Fei, who was curled up in a corner alone, and did not know what had happened. What do you mean? How could he say that? That he had a lottery system in his body, which allowed him to pull out scones 100 times in a row. If word of this got out, people would definitely laugh themselves to death. Looking at the incomparably huge sesame seed cake in his mind, Long Fei let out a long breath and said, "Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. The world is so beautiful, yet I am so impatient. I haven't tried the taste of the sesame seed cake yet. Taste it." As they spoke, Long Fei took out a huge sesame seed cake and bit onto it. This was the first time Long Fei had eaten a sesame seed cake. He hadn't eaten a single one of the 100 times he had drawn before. He didn't believe that his luck was good and was busy drawing the lottery to kill the magical beast. Eating it in one gulp. Ding! System notification. Spiritual Academy value plus 10,000 points. Huh! Long Fei was slightly taken aback. He looked at the biscuit in his hand and muttered, "Increase holy source?" He took another bite. Ding! System notification. Spiritual Academy value plus 10,000 points. Holy **T. As expected, it's an increase in holy source. Long Fei was a little excited. After all, it was not a simple sesame seed cake. The value of the Spiritual Academy had not increased much after half a day of killing Long Fei. In addition to the consumption of his cultivation technique, his current value of the Spiritual Academy was only around 50,000 points, which was simply not enough. However, if he were to add up the 1 million Spiritual Academy points, then Long Fei heavily shouted in his heart and muttered, "Scatter seeds which become solidars, an army of 100,000 will wipe out this mountain, this old one will not believe it. I'll eat. I'll eat, I'll eat." Long Fei ruthlessly ate the super big sesame seed cake and said, "I won't believe it." Swallow the last of the scones into your stomach. The holy source S increased to 1 million points. Moreover, a strange scene occurred. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for using Sesame Rice Terminator and erasing the Sesame Rice in the Ice and Snow Parade lottery. On the wheel, the scones disappeared. The 3 scones disappeared. Replacing it was the Airborne Night, Heaven Fairyland, Hell's Secret World. For these 3 things. Ha ha ha! Long Fei immediately laughed out loud in excitement. Sesame seed cake, go ahead. I, your father, will definitely eat another half a scone in my life, ha ha. Cake Terminator. So that's what you mean. Long Fei was too excited to the point that he wanted to cry. Without the biscuit, it was as if he had obtained the entire world. The mental shadow of the scones was too much for him. Young Master Long, are you all right? Long Fei, what's wrong with you? All of a sudden, he felt depressed and excited. He didn't understand what was going on at all. Nangong Yen and Yi Jingyun were both dumbstruck. Long Fei stood up and laughed excitedly. It's fine, I'm going to be rich soon. Just watch. And then, Long Fei said, now follow me through the bloody mountain. As soon as he finished, Long Fei's body released his qi and released his own blood essence. The smell of blood pervaded, causing the entire forest to become restless. Yi Jingyun said suddenly, Young Master Long, you have attracted all the beasts over this time. So what if I'm heartbroken? We don't want you in serenity. Don't we still have us? Young Master Long, you can't be this self-abusing. To be able to release the strength of his blood essence in such a place, that was simply courting death. Long Fei grinned. Just watch, I'm going up. The heavens! Yi Jingyun was even more shocked. Sis Yen, Young Master Long's brain is abnormal. The shock of his heartbreak is too great. You have to persuade him, he even wants to go up to the sky. Nangong Yan's face was also full of confusion as he said, Long Fei, calm down. There's nothing that you can't get through. The 2 of them thought that Long Fei had gone crazy. Only a madman would try to attract the attention of a beast. The power of one of these beasts was comparable to an Earth Emperor powerhouse. One would not be scary, but if there were tens of thousands of them, the 3 of them would not be able to resist it. Long Fei did not explain. He ran out crazily and roared, Come, everyone come, ha ha. As many as there are. Long Fei laughed loudly. Savage to the extreme. All the beasts in the forest were awakened by Long Fei. They released low roars, and crazily chased after Long Fei, the disturbance in the forest becoming more and more intense. The roars never stopped. The entire mountain range became restless. Yi Jingyun's face was pale as he said, We're finished, we're doomed, we're completely doomed. We're really going to die here this time. Nangong Yen did not speak and followed Long Fei instead. No matter how crazy Long Fei was, no matter what happened to him, she would accompany him. She had missed a chance, she did not want to miss a second chance. Bring it on. Suddenly, Long Fei stopped. The surroundings were densely packed with beasts. We're rich, I'm going to post. Chapter 1433 Never Felt So Good. Chapter 1433 Never felt so good. The mountains and plains were filled with magical beasts. All of their eyes were staring at Long Fei. Yi Jingyun protected Long Fei on the left, Nangong Yen protected the right, and protected Long Fei. Long Fei was completely mad. Bring it on! Long Fei roared. Yi Jingyun frowned. Without waiting for him to speak, Long Fei suddenly leaped up with a step and heavily rushed forward. At this moment, the idea moved, Evil Spring, come out! The healing spring descended and quietly released its healing power. It was also at this moment. Fire Unicorn, out! Sky Swallowing Rat, out! Yuan Yang Big Beast, out! Black Flame, come out! Ferocious bosses rushed out of Long Fei's war pet space and Hell's 18th floor one after another. They charged into the group of demon beasts like tigers entering a flock of sheep. However, they were still too few. It was far from enough to allow him to reap the fruits of his madness in an instant. However, the corner of Long Fei's mouth lifted, and 100,000 holy source disappeared. He shouted in a deep voice, "Scatter seeds which become solidars, come out." The value of the holy source flew in all directions, and the moment each beam of light landed on the ground. Buzz! Buzz buzz! Magic weapon appeared out of nowhere on the ground. Shin Gonglei pays his respect to the Lord. The spirit will appear. It was Shun Gongju. Powerhouse in the middle of nowhere. Long Fei laughed excitedly. "Eat all of these for me." "Yes, sir." Shun Gong Bao bellowed lightly, and the idea moved. Magic weapon, listen up, kill. Kill. 100,000 magic weapon charged into the group of demonic beasts like a mad beast, instantly blocking the demonic beast army. This was simply too domineering. At the same time, no matter how strong the demonic beasts were, they were no match for the magic weapon. However, with the existence of Healing Spring, these magic weapon would not die. Oh my God! An army of 100,000 suddenly appeared. "Young Master Long, where did you get all these bosses?" Yi Jingyun's face was filled with astonishment. He had thought that he was going to die. However, the situation had suddenly changed. His little heart couldn't adapt to it at all. Nangong Yen looked at Long Fei and faintly smiled. Long Fei was getting more and more mysterious, and she was getting more and more confused. This was even better, because the evil god would never know Long Fei's full strength. Long Fei giggled and said, "Fierce?" Yi Jingyun said, "Fierce, able to make a complete mess of things." Long Fei laughed. "This is just the beginning." Ding! 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 The system's notification sound rang out crazily. Long Fei's experience points S continued to increase, his holy source S continued to increase, and his energy values continued to increase as well. What he cared about now was the ice and snow parade. Start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Great Recovery Pill. Do you want to use it? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Heavenly King's Treasure Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Underworld King's Pagoda. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Sea Heaven Divine Sword. The sound of the lottery draw prompts rang out incessantly. Without the sesame seed cake, the things that Long Fei's luck would have been able to pull out would always be good. He hadn't drawn what he wanted yet. What he wanted was a divine spark. Again. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Arcane Damage Call card. The Arcanum of the Avenger Alliance? Awesome! Continue. I want a divine spark. A divine spark. Long Fei did not stop. 100,000 magic weapon continued to be killed, and the number of times they drew continued to increase. Long Fei was grinning from ear to ear. It feels so good. Continue. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Thunder God Sword. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Thunder God's Wings. Would you like to use it? Ding! He had never felt so good before. Never. Lottery draw? What was a lottery draw for the Ice and Snow Carnival? This was it. Every time they killed a magical beast, they would get a big chance at the lottery. The most useless things were all 9th grade Heaven Stage spiritual treasures, and most of them were Holy Artifact S. Perfect. With these Holy Artifact S, their cultivation will definitely rise another level, and might even be one step closer to the teleportation gate of a level 10 guild. Luo Shi, Leopard Girl, Qian, all of you wait here. It won't be long before I bring you all to Chaos Realm. Long Fei was wild with excitement as he continued to draw. This feeling, this amazing rhythm. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for drawing Heavenly Energy Blood Vein and absorbing its energy. Absorb. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently level 28. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for drawing lava. Do you wish to fuse it? Fuse. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei. The blood vein continued to swallow. Long Fei had completely fused all of the fire attribute energy. The sun god's body needed to absorb all sorts of strong yang energy to stimulate the body, making it stronger. It was improving like crazy. Half an hour later, Long Fei's space ring was full. It was no longer able to hold anything. It was also at this time that all the beasts in the forest were killed. Long Fei's level also broke through from Chun stage level 4 to level 5. He was only 5 levels away from becoming a paragon. Huff! So cool. They feel so good. Long Fei was incomparably satisfied as he sat on the ground with a satisfied expression. Looking at the mountain of spirit treasures inside the space ring, Long Fei could not help but become excited, absorb all of the ancient spiritual treasure. Ding! 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 A series of system beep sounds rang out. A few minutes later, ding! The energy has been filled up, the golden cudgel energy has been filled up to the 60th floor. Whew! Damn, the 60th level is not full yet. It seems that I really need to fill up the 100th level. Long Fei muttered. Golden cudgel second transformation, what was its limit? Long Fei still didn't know. Before the 60th level was filled up, there was only one possibility. The 100th level should be its limit and it would be able to fully unleash the power of the second level. What could it be? Long Fei was really looking forward to it. Following that, Long Fei held out his long, thin, blue sword sheath. The red sword's divine sword was passed to Nangong Yen. The last time your sword was destroyed by Yi Tianqing, this sword should be very suitable for you. There's more. Young Master Yi, this is yours. If you follow me and mess around, how can you do it without a proper weapon? The two of them were startled as they received the weapons. He was completely shocked. It was also at this time. A loud sound rang out from the depths of the bloody mountain range. A ray of blood-red light shot up into the sky, and a mix of forces crazily exploded outwards. The demon god of Long Fei's body stirred, both his eyes staring angrily. There's a boss. Chapter 1434 Laozi Want a Divine Spark. Chapter 1434 Laozi Want a Divine Spark. With a loud noise, the demonic god suddenly woke up. No doubt about it. This was a super boss. The corner of Long Fei's mouth twitched, and he said, "This tempo is more like it. It would not be normal if there was no boss after killing so many magical beasts." Moreover, Long Fei's hands were about to cramp from the lottery, but he did not manage to get any heavenly treasures. This might have something to do with the level of the beasts, if it was a boss. A divine spark. Maybe. It was a divine spark. Long Fei was immediately overjoyed as he said, "The two of you stay here, I'll be right back." Finished. Long Fei ran out. Ice thunder. Shwa. The ice thunder bird rushed out and Long Fei stood on it, quickly flying towards the depths of the mountain range. Ice and Amp, Snow City. The western devil flames are getting more and more intense. I wonder if our king can hold on. Ice and Amp, Snow Queen frowned and said worriedly, "Queen, if he is our king, he will definitely be able to block it." "Don't worry." A maid spoke up. Ice and Amp, Snow Queen looked to the west and gently exhaled, saying, "I hope he will return victoriously." Suddenly, on her crown, a drop of blue crystal shone with a strange light. Ice and Amp, Snow Queen was slightly shocked as he muttered to himself in a low voice, "Goddess's tears? What does that mean?" The blue crystal on the crown looked exactly the same as Long Fei's goddess tear, almost exactly the same. At this time, it suddenly received a call from a certain power, and a ray of light shone out. It was the first time this had happened to her. Next, Ice and Amp, Snow Queen quickly entered an underground secret room and went through a long flight of stairs. It took him over an hour to reach the place. In the basement. Blue light flashed. In the middle of the basement stood a giant staff of angels. The top of the staff was like an eye, and the blue eyes were like a giant blue gem, flickering with blue light. Ice and Amp. Snow Queen knelt on the ground and chanted, "Lord Goddess, please give me guidance." A blue light flashed from the angel's staff and shone on the queen's body. Ice and Amp. Snow Queen was like a god that possessed her body, quietly feeling everything. An image appeared in her mind. Long Fei was bathed in blood trying to kill, slaying the evil dragon, exterminating the giant demons, Invincible. Beneath his feet were white bones, the skulls of thousands of people. Beneath the skull was a river of blood. Blood flowed like a river. 9 days. 9 lands under his feet. This scene caused Ice and Amp, Snow Queen's body to tremble uncontrollably. Never been so afraid. He had never been this afraid even when facing the demons of the West. Ice and Amp. Snow Queen said, "Lord Goddess, he is a demon, a super demon. Why are you guiding me this way? I don't understand." In the picture, Long Fei was a demon. Although he was able to kill the demons and exterminate the giant demons, the bones beneath his feet were enough to explain everything. The blue light on the angel's staff disappeared. The light enveloping the Ice and Amp, Snow Queen slowly dimmed, and did not give any further hints. Ice and Amp, Snow Queen kneeled on the ground and begged unceasingly, but nothing strange happened to the angel's staff, and the blue gem on the crown also didn't emit any more light. She knelt on the ground and thought for a long time. The scene was not in the Western Mountains, but in a different place. Where could it be? Was he a demon? A hero? Ice and Amp. Snow Queen's heart was in a mess. He didn't understand what the goddess's guidance images were hiding. How do you want to select? Rumble. Rumble. In the valley. Blood-red light shot up into the sky, and streams of thick devil fire surged out, forming a powerful force that spread out. Boom! With an explosion, a huge figure rushed out from the depths of the canyon. Looking at Long Fei, who was on top of the ice thunderbird, he shouted, "Die!" The monstrous pressure attacked heavily. Long Fei's mind stirred. As soon as the heaven-decimating sword fell, the holy source surged, and the entire sky was set ablaze. With a heavy stomp, it flew up, clashing head-on. A huge fist came crashing down from the sky. The fire heaven-decimating slash in Long Fei's hand. "Break for me!" "Shwa!" Long Fei shouted. The massive giant demon's eyes sank. "No matter who you are, if you come to my territory you will only have one ending, die." He was covered in moving corpses. These people. He should be one of the Ice and Amp, Snow City's undead warriors. In other words, if this giant demon was killed and these undead warriors were rescued, would there be a large number of raves? Heh heh. Long Fei laughed and said, "No matter who you are, in any case, your father has decided on you." Humph. With just you. You insignificant human, in my eyes you are nothing more than a lowly ant. This world belongs to me, and I am the paragon. The giant demon's voice was gloomy. The vibration caused Long Fei's eardrums to hurt. It was extremely uncomfortable. So powerful. I like it. Long Fei started to laugh excitedly. He liked the stronger the boss, because the stronger it was, the fiercer its drops would be. This Ice and Amp, Snow City should be another level of secret world. Even the people from the Tower Question of God did not know. This was the ultimate test of survival, but who would have thought that there would be another secret world hidden under this ice and snow plain? Moreover, this place was very special. When the giant demon saw Long Fei's excited expression, he felt extremely displeased. Any human would tremble in fear when they saw him, but Long Fei was actually very excited. He was unhappy. Boom! The demonic flames burned the sky. The giant demon roared and said, "Devil's flames burn the sky, burn everything, die. Die." Heh heh. Long Fei grinned and said, "Enchantment. Buzz. Exhaustion of 100,000 points. Long Fei's body instantly transformed into a magic body. Furthermore, following the change in the aura of the devil god, his body became incomparably huge, far more powerful than that of the giant demons. The 9 tribulations sword in his hand moved, pointing at the giant demon. He shouted loudly, "This little devil dares to be so impudent in front of real face? You're courting death." The might of the demonic god couldn't be shaken. The aura of the demon god was capable of crushing everything. The complete god's suffering force combined with the god's bone taboo, the strength of the god's stellastone, had gone through a round of tempering and production of magic body. He was a supreme existence in front of any magic tribe. As the giant demon saw the demon god, he began to tremble, and fear began to emit from his bones. In that instant, he also became furious. "You can't possibly be a demon god. You are just a puppet created by a human." The demon god's 2 eyes opened wide, shouting out, "You're courting death." The 9 tribulations sword pierced through the void and absorbed all of the demonic flames in the sky. Then, it slashed down ferociously. The temper of the demonic god. Very irritable. They wanted to kill each other. However, in his heart, Long Fei was extremely excited and said, "Explode for me. Your father wants a divine spark." Chapter 1435 Light Speed Sword. Chapter 1435 Light Speed Sword. The demon god of the 9 tribulations sword fell heavily. Boundless demonic god's killing intent engulfed the entire giant demon, forming strong gusts of killing. The giant demon screamed crazily. He didn't have any strength to resist. To deal with the magic tribe, the demonic god was even more powerful. He had brought the demonic god's might with him, so very few people could withstand it. Moreover, the devil god that Long Fei had bewitched was completely different from ordinary demons. This body was condensed using many unimaginable powers. The gash on the head of the troll began to drop rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his health fell to 0. The system's notification immediately sounded out. Long Fei's heart stirred, and he released the striking energy value he had just accumulated. 3-rate rampage, activate. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Blood Giant Devil, for obtaining 50,000 experience, 50,000 holy source points, and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Bloodfang. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the holy artifact, Demon's Scythe. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining. The system beep sounded continuously. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei, Demon God, for continuous upgrades. Current level, 23. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for triggering 3-rate rampage. Please select the Domain Treasure Series, Water God Treasure Series, Heaven Series, Anime Series, Battle Mecha Series. A series of choices appeared in his mind. Long Fei glanced at it for a bit. "I'll give you one more chance, don't get any more fishing rods out, and choose the Universe's Unknown series." The idea moved, and it instantly sounded. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Light Speed Sword. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ha ha ha. When Long Fei heard the 4 words, Light Speed Sword, he immediately started laughing out loud. Finally, a good thing, this is great. Light Speed Sword, how powerful is this? Cultivate. There was an extra skill in the skill bar. Skill path, beam grade, unknown in the universe attributes, sword art of lightning, light speed shuttle. All the martial arts in the world were invincible. Only speed was unbreakable. Light speed sword, what was needed was speed. This kind of sword technique was dazzling, so fast that people could not see it clearly. If they could not even see it clearly, how could they resist it? This berserk feels great, ha ha. Long Fei was extremely excited as he looked at the properties of the light speed sword. With the heaven decimating sword, he lacked a good set of sword technique. The heaven-decimating flame combined with the light-speed sword, just 2 words, absolutely matched. At this time, the giant blood-colored demon fell down. The brave warrior on its body was still hovering in the air. Long Fei reacted very quickly. These are all things that can make the Ice and Snow Gala's lottery draw. How can they be wasted? Sky-swallowing rat. Can you hurry up? Aren't you being too slow? Eat, eat. A big wave is coming. Long Fei urged, as his space ring could not even hold it anymore. He could only allow it to devour him as soon as possible. Speaking of sky-swallowing rat, he felt like it was the new year. It felt great. As he crazily devoured the energy within his body, his cultivation base also rapidly increased. Long Fei took out the heart of snow and said, "Come, let's begin our final round of craziness." As the dead soul was absorbed into the system, a system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the free lottery draw for absorbing Ice and Snow Death Spirit. Do you want to start the lottery? Yes, sir. The wheel appeared in front of Long Fei. Every time it appeared, the things on it would be different, but there were a few things that did not change. For example, the mysterious gift pack. For example, Heaven Fairyland, Secret World of Hell. For example, Mystery was the most powerful object, a divine spark. These things have always existed. However, Long Fei had never hit a spot on his hand before. The wheel began to spin again. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the Qilin's sacred blood and releasing the fusion? Huh! Long Fei was startled. He immediately controlled the Devourer's vein and asked, "Fire Unicorn, is the Qilin's sacred blood useful for you?" The Fire Unicorn nodded like a chick pecking rice. Yes, yes, yes. My Qilin blood vein is not pure. If I can fuse with the Qilin's sacred blood, I can quickly level up. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Long Fei immediately said, "This is for you." The Fire Unicorn was moved to tears and said, "Thank you, Master, thank you, Master." Qilin's sacred blood. The power of the Qilin ancestors' blood could allow him to unleash the strongest power of a Qilin blood vein. It could be said that with the blood of the Qilin, he would be able to reach the peak of the Qilin clan. How could he not be moved? Be it humans or beasts, both wanted to become stronger. After the Qilin's sacred blood was devoured by the Fire Unicorn, his body was covered in red light and the Fire Unicorn was completely focused on cultivation. This time isn't bad. Long Fei was slightly happy. He was happy that his brother could become stronger. Again. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining. Ding! Ding! There were many ice and snow spirits that died, and they were crazily being sucked into Long Fei's heart of ice and snow. At the same time, Long Fei also drew. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Ace Call card. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Sage Huang Long's possession strength. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Nightmare Call card. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Immortal Trapping Rope. Ding! He was so irritable that there was nothing left to play around with. This tempo was simply too refreshing. When Long Fei killed the beasts, most of the things he obtained were holy artifacts, armors and the like. This time, most of the things he obtained were call card, or some sort of attaching force. It was so satisfying that he didn't want it. Ha ha! I'm rich, I'm rich. I'm rich this time. Long Fei was ecstatic, and kept on drawing prizes. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Chang'e Call card. Sister Chang'e is here. Can you even slap her? Long Fei's mind became evil. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Miss Mo Call card. It's another girl and... It was a female gun. Wow, Lousy is going to slap him. Long Fei laughed sinisterly. There were more and more call cards and the like. It didn't matter if they could be summoned, but even if they could, they would only be able to fight for 5 minutes. What could he do at this time? Moreover, even if they exchanged many loyalty stone and fused them into permanent cards, where would they put them? This was a difficult problem. If only there was a special place for them. I don't care. It's time for the lottery draw. Half an hour later. Seeing that there were still 3 lottery draws left, Long Fei's heart was moved. I still haven't gotten my divine spark. I've got 3 last chances. Chapter 1436 Hell, Heavenly Court. Chapter 1436 Hell, Heavenly Court. The divine spark was like the heaven gate at the top of a slot machine. The chances were too small. His hand was about to get swollen, but he still did not hit the target. It had to be said that Long Fei's character was not that good. Last 3 chances. Long Fei let out a heavy breath. Phew. Demacia. Activate. Long Fei fiercely pulled out his hand and the spinning wheel started to spin quickly, going through each ring one by one. Long Fei stared at the column with his eyes fixated on the divine spark, and chanted an incantation in his heart. Divine spark, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Divine spark, I miss you. Seeing the pointer turn away, Long Fei immediately said like a frosted eggplant, "Your sister, can you still play properly?" Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for reaching the secret world of Hell. Hell's secret world? Long Fei was startled and asked, "What is that?" Initially, when he ate the super big sesame seed cakes, he exchanged for a few things, of which this secret world of Hell was one. However, Long Fei had never been able to draw it. The sudden draw made Long Fei shudder, and he immediately checked the attributes of the secret world of Hell. Item: Secret World of Hell Attribute. Spatial Class Grade. Description: This secret world is the evil secret world. It provides training for the evil demons. Once activated, they will follow the player around, and if there is any external power, the evil demon can be placed inside to cultivate. Description 2. This secret world has a lifespan of 1 million years. What? Long Fei was a little confused. System, why don't you explain it to me? What kind of evil demon provides this training secret world? Could it be that this secret world is a secret training ground? Instead of the infernal realm, you're giving me an leveled up instance dungeon secret world? Ding! System notification. The Hell secret world is a training ground. Players can use the external strength of the demonic attribute, such as call card, possession power, etc. As long as it is demonic attribute, they can be placed in the Hell secret world to cultivate, but the prerequisite is that they have to have permanent access to it. Ha ha ha! Hearing the system's explanation, Long Fei laughed out loud. Does that mean I can create a demon army now? That's not right. It should be an army of aliens. Zhan Wushuang, you are awesome, right? Have you met Chang'e? Have you met Miss Misfortune? Have you seen an ancient giant dragon? I just want to ask, who else is there? Long Fei was excited. With this hellhole training ground, what was there for him to worry about? Long Fei did not receive many body transformation cards in his draw this time. He only got a few hundred of them. These hundreds of videos were all amazing figures in the legends. They were all godlike existences. You want to cause trouble? They could turn the sky upside down. Furthermore, Long Fei's heart became even more evil. If we can make them permanent, then Chang'e, Sis Lucky, and those girls that want to kill me, wouldn't they? At this moment, Long Fei's brain was all evil. In the past, he only thought that it would be great if he could pull out the characters in the game and give them a good beating, but now, he was afraid that it wouldn't be long before he could achieve it. This was what it felt like. Hell's secret world is also known as the Hell Base. It can help evil call card level up. In the future, they will definitely become a berserk army. Long Fei became excited. looked at the last two chances, and the idea moved. Activate. Dementia. Although the secret worlds of hell are good, but what Long Fei wanted the most was still a divine spark. A divine spark could defy the heavens and change fate. It could do whatever it wanted in Chaos Realm. Divine spark, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Divine sparks, give us some face, give us a chance. Give me a chance, I'll allow you to soar into the heavens. The needle once more turned the divine spark. Long Fei sighed. You really want to die for your divine spark, don't you? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Heaven Fairyland. What kind of luck is that? What is Heaven Fairyland? Long Fei trembled slightly. Looking at it, the attribute of the Heaven Fairyland was similar to the secret world of Hell. The Hell secret world was of the darkness element, while the Heaven Fairyland was of the light faction. Darkness, light. It was either darkness or light. In other words, no matter what kind of call card Long Fei picked, he could enter the secret world to cultivate, and he could also. Training in these two secret bases can raise one's speed by several times. The infernal realm has arrived. The heavenly court has won now as well. Brother Godspark, you are the only one left. Long Fei rubbed his hands together. This was his last chance. If he did not hit, then he would lose this chance. He had drawn so many good things, and they were all pretty good. However, if he wanted to absolutely crush Zhan Wushuang, then he would have to draw this divine spark. Otherwise, it would still be impossible to do. After all, how strong was Zhan Wushuang's cultivation, that he was a man who possessed a main artifact. Long Fei didn't know at all that if he could obtain this divine spark, none of that was a problem. This is my last chance. Long Fei moved. Come. The wheel started to spin frantically. Long Fei closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at it. He thought to himself, Brother Shungu, please give me some face. You have to make me feel good about it. The wheel slowly turned, and Long Fei did not look, but quietly listened. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for getting the god. Hearing the word god, Long Fei instantly became excited. He fiercely opened his eyes and looked at the place the needle on the wheel was pointing at, and immediately kicked it. I'll go. With a single kick, he sent the wheel flying. The word God was not followed by Gu, but the word Yuan. What is divine energy? Can you give me some face? Long Fei was really unhappy. One thought of hell, one thought of heaven, now. He fell straight into the dark abyss. What bullsh T God essence. Long Fei didn't even take a glance. The blow was too great. He had no interest in checking its stats. His heart felt like it had suffered 1,000,000 hits and had been hit thousands of times, but he still hadn't drawn his divine spark. This luck. He was about to chop off his hands. However, if Long Fei had seen the properties of the divine Yuan, he wouldn't have ended up like this, because it was far, far more powerful than a divine spark. There was no way for a divine spark to be compared to a divine origin realm cultivator. Divine origin, the source of power which sovereigns possessed. Young Master Long, we've finally found you. Yi Jingyun ran over while gasping for breath. Seeing Long Fei sitting on the ground with a displeased expression on his face, he could not help but ask, what happened? Nangong Yen looked at his surroundings and said, that demonic flame has disappeared. Long Fei said indifferently, I killed him. Yi Jingyun and Nangong Yen looked at Long Fei in astonishment, and could not recover from their shock for a long time. Finally, Yi Jingyun said, Young Master Long, then should we return now? Long Fei took a glance at the space rings that were filled to the brim, then turned and thought of the heavenly court and hell base, and said, wait. Chapter 1437 Crazy Fusion. Chapter 1437 Crazy Fusion. There were too many things. Long Fei had wanted to give all of them to Li Yuanba and the others. However, They all had their own special attributes of power, so none of these things were suitable for them. As for the Beastmen Warrior S and disciples of the Kunlun sect S, they only had enough of the holy artifact that Long Fei had created last time. These things had to be disposed of. Moreover, since he had drawn Hell, the two main bases of the Heavenly Court, he couldn't afford to waste it. Long Fei opened up the exchange hall system and placed an item on top of it, exchange points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 5,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 100,000 points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining. He didn't have many reservations after exchanging them one by one. As for Sky Swallowing Rat, he had a round stomach and could not eat anymore. His level was currently too low, and he could not absorb too much food. Just the food in his stomach was enough for him to level up several times, which would take him several months. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 30,000 points. The exchange lasted for a whole hour. Long Fei exchanged everything he could. There were some things that could not be exchanged, such as divine energy. It was not because it could not be exchanged, but because it could not be exchanged with the current level of the merchant shop system, is beyond its range. The number of points that could be exchanged was countless, but the divine energy was even more formidable than his, so he was unable to directly exchange it. However, Long Fei still did not look at it, nor did he examine its attribute, because it had truly hurt Long Fei. After an hour of exchanging, Long Fei looked at the points he had. Damn, a total of 23 billion points, how awesome. Looking at that long string of zeros, Long Fei's blood began to boil. However, when Long Fei turned around and looked at the things that he had exchanged for, he had to double his points to buy them. System, aren't you from Africa? Isn't it too dark? Long Fei muttered as he switched to the trading system. Looking at the loyalty stone, he slowly exhaled and said, "Exchange." Ding. Points 18 million. Ding. Points 18 million. Ding. Points 18 million. A single loyalty stone cost 180 million points. Long Fei thought that his worth of 23 billion points was already enough. After exchanging for 10 loyalty stone in a row, he looked like he was in a bad mood. This is too darned. Only the loyalty stone could make these cards that had a time limit become permanent, and enter the Heavenly Court or Hell base. Loyalty stone could only be obtained by the system reward or by trading it in a commercial city. Long Fei had no other choice but to gather up his courage and exchange. My points, my money, Aya. After exchanging all his points for loyalty stone, he only had a few tens of millions of points left. Huff! Long Fei exhaled lightly as he thought in his heart. The loyalty stone have been completely exchanged, and now it's time to rely on luck again. The idea moved. Long Fei took out a piece of call card, and on the other side was a piece of loyalty stone. Ding! Fusion successful. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Sage Huang Long permanent call card. He succeeded on the first step. Beat the iron while it's hot. Long Fei continuously fused with it. Fusion had successes and failures as well. Because it was a level 1 fusion, its success rate was relatively high, and the 127 loyalty stone had succeeded. In other words, Long Fei now had 100 permanent call card, including Red Hair, including Chang'e, including Lady Misfortune. All of these were either distributed to the Heavenly Court or to the Underworld base for cultivation. This was Long Fei's other trump card. After all this had been arranged, Long Fei had doubts in his heart and thought to himself, if these aliens can enter the training grounds, where is that person? Can I go in? I'll give it a try. Then, Long Fei summoned the Hell Secret World. The idea moved and said, Evil Spring, go into Hell and take a look. Following Long Fei's control, the evil spring was absorbed by the Hell Secret World. Ding! The attributes are incorrect, we are unable to enter. Huh! Incorrect attributes? Evil Spring, are you still from Light Faction? Long Fei muttered, and then turned to open the Heaven Fairyland, just as expected. The Evil Spring entered the Heavenly Court. The Evil Spring was also extremely excited. Master, the chi is too dense here, I feel my whole body is hot, I'm going to burn. Boom! A stream of water sprayed out. Buzz! In that moment, the Evil Spring released an incomparably comfortable moan, and said, Master, I've broken through. Damn! It worked! Long Fei thought. If that's the case, then what about Li Yuanba and the others? Could they also enter the training grounds if they could? Then my God's martial sect. Hee hee. At this moment, Long Fei was incomparably excited. In the Heavenly Court and the Infernal Realm, the two major training bases were filled with dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which was several times more than the ones outside. What's more, it was more important. Long Fei could bring all of them with him. God's martial sect will also disappear just like that, and can also descend from heaven to earth, appearing right in front of you in the blink of an eye. These two secret worlds had a duration of 1,000,000 years, so Long Fei didn't have to worry about anything during this period of time. If it was really as Long Fei had expected, that was even more amazing than guild teleportation. He no longer had to worry about the plane of separation, and was restricted by the laws to meet again. Then, Long Fei placed all of the fire unicorns into the heaven and said, Cultivate well for me. On the other hand, the Yuan Yang Big Beast and Black Flame entered the Hell's base. After doing all this, Long Fei suddenly stood up and asked, How much time do we have left before 3 days of Secret World's survival time? Yi Jingyan said, 3 days have already passed, I don't know why we haven't teleported out, could something have happened there? It didn't teleport out? Long Fei's heart tightened, as he faintly felt that something had happened. Nangong Yen slightly said, Logically speaking, we would automatically teleport back when it's time. After all, ice and snow plane can quickly suck all the holy source from our pubes, so if we don't teleport out, there's no way for us to find the exit. Yi Jingyan said, Could it be because we are here? Will we be forgotten? Long Fei also thought of this point and muttered, Could it really be because we are in another secret world? Long Fei was slightly taken aback, but immediately said, Don't worry about that for now. Return to Ice and Amp, Snow City first. Thinking about Ice and Amp, Snow Queen's sexy figure, Long Fei became evil. I'll tell you after. Chapter 1438, Husband Sleeping Wife. Chapter 1438, Husband Sleeping Wife in another place. Let us out. Hurry up and let us out. Why? Why is this happening? On the ice and snow plain, dozens of disciples were frozen into ice statues. The 3 days of extreme survival testing had already passed, but none of them had been teleported out. He had clearly said that he would be teleported when the time came, but now, they were so cold that they couldn't even stand it. He shouted weakly. However, their voices could not be heard by anyone other than themselves. Obviously, with the exit of the secret world destroyed, the power that was sent out was blocked. There was no special exit that they could stay in forever. In other words, they were abandoned. Let me out. I don't want to take the examination anymore. Can't I just give up on the examination? It's so cold. We're going to be so cold. Let us out. The voice was so weak and pale. No one cared if they lived or died. Tower Question of God Assessment Board. The position of manager of the Yi-Sung assessment was taken away, but he did not give up on making representations, and continued to search for people, search for connections, but it was completely useless. Not a single elder bothered with him. Wang Shirshir disappeared. The third elder was sent out. The entire Tower Question of God seemed to have forgotten that there was a group of examinees within the ice-snow secret world. All of this was to deal with Long Fei, to let him have a better breakthrough. As long as Zhan Wushuang could clear the 100 levels of Tower Question of God, he would be able to enter the ancient holy battlefield. He would be able to unleash an extremely powerful force that would bring honor and glory to their Chaos Realm's Tower Question of God, as well as the rewards of a god. As for sacrificing these examinees, in order to accomplish great things, there must be sacrifices. Not to mention, not a single one of these examinees had the qualifications to compete with Zhan Wushuang. Whether it was in terms of talent or potential, all of them were incomparable to Zhan Wushuang. Beast City. The sky was lit up by the fire of the beacons, and the flames in the city were everywhere. It was a complete mess. City Lord's mansion. Other than 8 King Kong, who was slightly better, all of them were heavily injured. The Great Hall was also silent. This time, the Hell Gate was going all out, and there were still the 9 secret warrior families. They could not block it at all. Countless disciples had died. Right now, he was only doing a powerless defense. He wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few days. Ro said softly, "If Lord Husband was here, he would definitely have a way to bring us out." Long Fei. Yang Yu muttered, "Where are you now?" Kunlun Zi said solemnly, 9 secret warrior family and Hellgate have joined hands to deal with us. It is very obvious. Sect Master was probably targeted everywhere during the Tower Question of God test. We can't give the sect leader any more trouble. We must carry the banner. Even if the sect master is not here, we must still walk down arrogantly. Huolin said heavily. Yes. With a heavy voice, Lei Dun said, if sect master is not here, we should continue to walk forward arrogantly. So what if you are a 9 secret warrior family? At most, I'll just die. Li Yuanba stood up and said, well said, at worst if I die, even if I die, I will drag them down with me. There were many wounds on Li Yuanba's body. He suddenly stood up, and his wounds ruptured. Fresh blood gushed out from his wounds. Next, Sky Spirit, Arhat, Descending Dragon, Chen Tianfei, Aoya, Black Knife, Lin Yuxing all stood up and said solemnly, fight it out with them. Kill them. Men die and birds rise to the sky, they will not die for tens of thousands of years. Facing any powerhouse, 8 King Kong had never been afraid. Even if they were to face the gods, they would not be afraid, let alone the Hell Gate. However, their cultivation levels were still not strong enough, unable to guarantee Beast City. Furthermore, this time Zhan Wushuang was really planning to kill. He had to pull all of Long Fei's power out of the ground and leave no repercussions. The powerhouse he had sent out this time was too powerful. It was something that Li Yuanba and the rest couldn't handle. 3 days. The Beast City was strewn with corpses and the city walls had been destroyed. The city had a population of over 1 million, and now there were less than 100,000 people. Now, the final battle. Carrying the giant spirit axe on his shoulder, Li Yuanba walked out of the city lord's mansion. His gaze was like an angry King Kong as he looked at the huge army of Hell Gate on the distant hillside and roared out heavily, "Come! Ice and Amp, Snow City. He's back. The king is back." On the city wall, many guards began to cheer because the Western Devil Fire had already disappeared and could not be sensed at all. In other words, the group of Western Devils had already been killed. The king returned triumphantly. Ice and Amp, Snow Queen did not have a smile on her face. Looking at the scene of blood flowing like a river beneath Long Fei's feet, she still could not make a choice. "Milady Queen, do you want to open the door?" Ice and Amp, Snow Queen did not speak. One of the ministers standing next to her spoke again. "Your Majesty, do you wish to open the door to welcome us?" "Milady Queen, everyone in the city knows that Wang Jieshi has returned. We must personally go out to welcome him, otherwise we will be disheartened." When Ice and Amp, Snow Queen saw the scene of the river of blood, her heart trembled slightly. She was sure. Long Fei was a demon. A super great demon. What would happen if he put it in the Ice and Amp, Snow City? Huff! Ice and Amp. Snow Queen took a deep breath and said, "Open the gate and welcome Wang Kai back." Long Fei and the other two walked into the Ice and Amp, Snow City. As the children offered flowers, the citizens welcomed them with open arms. They constantly called out, "King, King, King." At the very back of the crowd, the Ice and Amp, Snow Queen was tall and cold. That kind of sacred and unreachable feeling made the evil in Long Fei's heart even more intense. Step by step, he walked in front of Ice and Amp, Snow Queen, and said, "I'm back. I'm using my own strength to prove that I'm the king. Do you understand now?" Long Fei stared at Ice and Amp, Snow Queen blankly. Yi Zichen didn't avoid his gaze at all. Uff! Ice and Amp, Snow Queen looked at Long Fei. She was very tall, around 1.8 meters tall, a little taller than Long Fei. At this moment, Ice and Amp, Snow Queen slowly knelt down on one knee. With incomparable piety, he said, "Welcome back, my king." At this moment, the entire city cheered. The corner of Long Fei's mouth hooked up as he walked forward and carried Ice and Amp, Snow Queen, in a domineering manner. He waved his arms and said, "My world, I am the ruler." Ice and Amp, Snow Queen's body emitted a faint fragrance. He could feel the Ice and Amp, Snow Queen slightly trembling, and also, this time, there was something in her eyes. The gaze she used to look at Long Fei was a little strange. It was as if he was afraid. However, Long Fei didn't care that much. Carrying Ice and Amp, Snow Queen, he walked directly to her chambers, threw her onto the wide bed, and said softly, "I have conquered the Western devils, now it's my turn to conquer you." Ice and Amp, Snow Queen's body trembled slightly as he stared at Long Fei and said, "You can't do this. It can't be like this. I am your king, I am your husband sleeps with his wife. It is only natural. Why can't I be like this?" Long Fei laughed. The more aloof it was, the more Long Fei would want to test it out. Chapter 1439 Initiating Super Teleportation. Chapter 1439 Initiating Super Teleportation. Ice and Amp, Snow Queen curled her body and trembled a little. She didn't know why, but she felt a kind of fear towards Long Fei that came from the bottom of her heart. The image in his mind was still lingering. Blood flowed into rivers and bones piled into mountains. Long Fei's entire body was covered in blood. Standing at the peak, he looked down upon the world. He was a king, and also a demon. Seeing Long Fei's playful expression, Ice and Amp, Snow Queen was still in a state of panic as he said, "You're a demon, you're a great devil." Long Fei laughed and said, "Since I am a demon, then I should do what demons like to do." He rushed forward, fiercely pressing down on Ice and Amp, Snow Queen's body. Long Fei said, "Aren't you cold and proud? Aren't you noble? Aren't you aloof and cold like ice? I want to conquer you." Long Fei became rough. To deal with such a cold queen, one had to be straightforward, ruthlessly violent. 2 hours later. Satisfied, the Ice and Amp, Snow Queen did not have any more arrogant aura, replacing it was delicate panting, as if she had lost herself, unable to extricate herself. Long Fei slapped her white butt. "What am I now? Demon or a hero?" Ice and Amp, Snow Queen looked at Long Fei with a serious face and said, "You are not a demon, nor a hero, you are my king." "Ha ha ha!" Long Fei laughed out crazily. Ice and Amp, Snow Queen leaned on Long Fei's back with a gentle face. Women are like that. The moment the relationship occurred, she would change. Originally cold, the queen on the Ice Mountain throne had now turned into a gluey little fairy. He went all out, afraid that Long Fei would not want him. While the relationship was happening, Ice and Amp, Snow Queen's mind was still in a mess. He did not know what choice he had made, but at the last second she made her choice. No matter what Long Fei was. She had even chosen Long Fei. The devil who destroyed the world, the hero who saved the world, no matter what he was still the king in her heart. Why did this happen? Maybe it was because he was comfortable. Ice and Amp. Snow Queen leaned on Long Fei and said, I saw a mountain of white bones beneath your feet and a river of blood. That scene was too terrifying. How did you see this? Long Fei felt that it was strange. The Ice and Amp. Snow Queen did not hide anything and said, There is a secret room in the Ice and Amp Snow City that has been passed down for God knows how many years. It is a Archangel's staff. Archangel's staff? Goddess Tear. Long Fei immediately thought of the matter of the Goddess Tear. The Goddess Tear was one of the materials needed to synthesize the Archangel's staff. Could it be? This was the clue of the quest? And then, Long Fei immediately turned around to look at Ice and Amp, Snow Queen, and said, Can you take me to see? Ice and Amp. Snow Queen hesitated for a moment and said, All right. The rewards for the SSS level mission Goddess Tier were plentiful. Moreover, most importantly, Long Fei wanted to know the secret behind the Goddess Tier. Who exactly was she? The power that erupted from the gods' martial continent's Goddess Tier saved him many times, and that familiar feeling made him feel incomparable warmth. Mother? He was the reincarnation of a Yuan Long, but the Yuan Long had already been devoured by him, and it wasn't the Yuan Long's woman. Who could it be? This problem had been plaguing Long Fei since the beginning. The clue to the mission that the Ice and Snow Plane triggered, Goddess Tier, must be unraveled. The two big SSS level missions in Chaos Realm, JoJo's Heart of Phoenix, this mission was basically already completed, and now they were waiting for JoJo's rebirth. Is the Goddess Tier quest also going to be solved now? Half an hour later, the two of them walked into the secret room. Long Fei looked at the staff floating above the array and his heart tensed up. The staff of the Archangel is really similar. Ice and Amp. Snow Queen asked, Have you seen it before? Long Fei shook his head and said, I've never seen this world before. But he had seen it many times in the game. Long Fei carefully took out the Goddess Tier. Following that, two energies formed a resonance, and an azure light illuminated the entire secret room. Ice and Amp. Snow Queen's face was filled with piety, and he directly kneeled on the ground. Long Fei stood in place without moving an inch as an image appeared in his mind, and that familiar figure once again appeared in his mind. Beautiful, moving, gentle, and charming. A warm feeling that made Long Fei feel incomparable comfort. Finally, the scene changed and the nine heavens vortex began to spin. 100-layer God's tower descended from the sky, suppressing the figure. Long Fei exhaled, No! Rumble! The scene disappeared and everything returned to normal. At this moment, Long Fei sweated profusely and his entire body was drenched in sweat. In that instant, as if his mind had experienced the great war of the primordial era, he heavily swallowed his saliva. Tower question of God? Could it be? Is the Goddess Tier's ultimate task goal also amongst the Tower question of God? The father of this body left something for him in the Tower question of God. His own father, Long Zhanting, also left something for him in the Tower question of God. Now, even the shadow of the Goddess Tier pointed towards the Tower question of God. Long Fei frowned. The Tower question of God was the most mysterious and powerful place in the Chaos Realm. It is the organization of a god. He specifically wanted to go to the divine battlefield to transport talented disciples. But it was only what Long Fei understood. But in reality? Is it really just a divine organization? Or was it hiding something else? For a moment, Long Fei couldn't understand what was going on. However, he had to enter the Tower question of God. He had to pass through the Tower question of God. Otherwise, all the doubts in his heart would not be able to be answered. Wang, what happened to you? The ice and amp, Snow Queen said lightly. Long Fei regained his composure. The archangel's staff had also calmed down, and the goddess tear flew down from the archangel's staff, landing in Long Fei's palm quietly. Long Fei said indifferently, "I'm fine. I want to leave this place and return to my world." Ice and amp, Snow Queen had already known this from the start, but he still felt a little uncomfortable as he said, "The secret world's exit has already been destroyed. There's no way out at all. Why don't you stay here with me?" "How about this?" Long Fei said. "I have to go back." He had too many things to do. "What did you just say?" "The secret world's exit was destroyed." Long Fei was shocked. He clenched his fists tightly and said, "Zhan Wushuang, you are really ruthless, sending out killers. Didn't you say you want to destroy secret world's exit? I must get out. Do you have a way?" Long Fei looked at Ice and Amp, Snow Queen. Zhan Wushuang didn't want him to live. Then he must live. Moreover, the more Zhan Wushuang targeted him, the more obvious that something big was happening outside. "Huff!" Ice and Amp, Snow Queen breathed out and said, "I have a way to get you all out." A few hours later, the God-level mountain range. Space twisted. A void door appeared. Long Fei was the first one to fly towards the void door. The idea moved and looked straight at Beast City, who had his eyes pierced. Chapter 1440, Save Us. Chapter 1440, Save Us. He rushed out of the void to check what was happening within his true eye range. Long Fei saw. Corpses littered the ground as the army of hell massacred the citizens of the continent. Seeing the 8 King Kongs suffering from severe injuries, he finally managed to hold on. He was furious. The reason he entered the tower question of God assessment was so that he could receive protection, but the result? It was the same. It was better not to bully him. Since that was the case, then go through them all. In that moment, Long Fei inserted his other eye. The idea moved at the same time, super teleportation. LOL Summoner Skill Teleport. Activate. Long Fei's body disappeared from the spot in a short moment. Yi Jingyun and Nangong Yen, who had just rushed out of the void door, saw Long Fei suddenly disappear, and were startled. Immediately after, the other disciples also rushed out towards the void door. They were frozen stiff, but after feeling the pubes slowly recovering, they slowly calmed down. "Thank you, young Master Long. Many thanks. Let's hurry back to the exam to make up for it. Since we've come out, we should have a result. Let's hurry back." Right, hurry up and go back." Yi Jingyun immediately yelled. "Young Master Long hasn't come back yet, what are you going back for? Everyone is waiting for him here." Everyone shivered. Many people muttered, "What does his return have to do with us?" That's right. If he doesn't want to continue with the assessment, does he still want us to give up? If we go back too late and disqualify from the exam, who would be responsible for it? Can he afford it? Let's not talk about that anymore. After all, we were saved by the young Master Long. Everyone, just wait. Those people were suppressed. If not for Long Fei, they would have been trapped inside, unable to come out. At the last moment, Long Fei appeared and used a ray of energy to cut open the void, opening a void door before he escaped. Everyone sat on the ground and slowly recovered. Nangong Yen looked into the sky and muttered, "Long Fei, where did you go?" "Ha ha ha! They're going to die immediately. Kill them all for me. The young lord has ordered us to kill them all," one of the elders from the Hell Gates said in a heavy voice. Looking at the 8 King Kong on the battlefield struggling to hold on, he could not help but sneer. 8 King Kong is truly extraordinary, with such extraordinary power. If not for them, blood would have flowed like a river and become a dead city. However, so what? No matter how strong they are only 8 people. No matter how strong they are only the cultivation of the Emperor List S. They can't overturn the heavens, ha ha. The 8 King Kong was very strong. Not their strength, but their will to fight, their spirit of never giving in. Absolutely not. It was tough. In addition, the Kunlun sect and the Beastman warrior fought with their lives on the line, so even a small beast city was unable to take them down for 6 days and 6 nights. However, now, at the final moment, one of the walls of the beast city had collapsed, and the city had been destroyed. 8 King Kong's holy source was exhausted, Beast City was on the verge of death, and all of Kunlun sect's disciples had fallen to the ground one by one, all of them doing their best. He really couldn't take it anymore. Are we going to die? Gui Ro looked at Yang Yu with a pale face and said, Big sister Yang Yu, are we going to die? I really miss my husband. For 6 days and 6 nights, she constantly forged combat puppets. Her pubes began to shrivel due to her constant overdraft, causing her to feel extremely uncomfortable. Yang Yu shook his head. It won't, we will all live on happily. She didn't even believe what she said. How could she still live? It was impossible to be alive in this situation. In the entire Beast City, only the 8 King Kong was bitterly resisting, but, right now, they could only use their own bodies to fight. It was just a matter of time before the Hellgate's men started this despicable battle. No one could save them. Long Fei, where are you? In her heart, she was also calling out to Long Fei. At this time, she really wanted to see Long Fei again. Where are you? Long Fei, come back and save us. Yang Yu's heart was torn. Rumble. A powerful force came crashing down. A palm struck out and sent Aoya flying. She collapsed on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. The powerhouse figure moved, and the moment Aoya landed, he mercilessly stomped on her. Eldest sister-in-law. Boom! Li Yuanba's body trembled, and a little golden light emerged from his body. Aoya was a sword force King Kong of the 8 King Kong, but, in Li Yuanba's eyes, she was her sister-in-law. Seeing that Aoya was blasted away, he instantly blocked her attack. His fists were like hammers as they heavily smashed forward. Trash. Your opponent is me. The moment Li Yuanba rushed forward, the other powerhouse attacked. The sword in his hand became like a nail, and thrusted forward. The sword chi was like a rainbow. Slash. A bloody hole appeared in Li Yuanba's chest. The sword pierced through and fresh blood surged. As if he didn't feel it, Li Yuanba's fists still blasted the powerhouse away. He stood in front of Aoya and heavily kicked at the ground for a while. Boom! Boom! He stabbed it ruthlessly into the ground, glared at Kong Kim and said solemnly, Come on! It was like a thunderbolt. There was blood all over his body, and there were dozens of wounds all over his body. Right now, Li Yuanba seemed as though he had crawled out of a pool of blood. At the same time, his life was also falling rapidly. Aoya climbed up from the ground with much difficulty, looked at the sky and said, Long Fei, where are you? Come back and save us. Her heart was about to break down. Seeing her brothers heavily injured and struggling to survive, her heart ached. He really couldn't take it anymore. Boom! Lin Yuxing was blasted out, smashing a building into ruins. He fell down in the rubble as he looked at the sky, his eyes filled with despair, and muttered, Boss, come back quickly! Boom! Another King Kong was sent flying and crashed on the ground. Boom! The Arhat was blasted away and fell on the ground. He wanted to get up but was stomped under the feet of the Hell Gates, unable to get up at all. The limit of the 8 King Kong. They really couldn't take it anymore. Ha ha ha! 8 King Kong. 8 big dog turds are about the same, ha ha ha. A powerhouse stepped forward, instantly landing above Beast City. Seeing the 8 people being crushed, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even more arrogant? Why have they all become dead dogs? Ha ha! You don't have the qualifications to go against my Hellgate. That elder was incomparably proud, and then, as his laughter faded, he said coldly, Kill them all! Leave none alive! Liuanba clenched his fists tightly, his strong heart crumbling as he shouted loudly, "Boss!" In the sky. A figure descended from the sky. Chapter 1441. More than lousy? Chapter 1441. More than lousy? A loud sound echoed in the sky. Rumble! A vortex of lightning exploded and a figure descended from the sky. Almost at this moment, the figure landed heavily on the ground with an incredibly thick and violent killing intent. In his hand was a huge flaming sword. The moment he fell, "Kill!" Zhu Rong's sword chi burst forth with Long Fei's anger. The flames burned. It was as if a meteor had streaked across the sky, incomparably savage and cruel. Boom! That elder who was laughing so proudly a moment ago. Their heads were chopped off and they rolled on the ground. Their eyes were wide open, and they didn't even know how they died. Blood sprayed all over the ground. Too fast and too fierce. There was no time to react at all. Instant kill. Rumble! The moment the flames fell, a figure landed heavily on the ground. The killing intent on his body burned crazily as he stared at the Hell Army that had charged into Beast City, his eyes bloodshot. "S-boss! Ha ha ha!" Liuanba immediately laughed excitedly. "Long Fei! Master! Boss! Ha ha! The boss is back! The Grand Master is back!" When his voice fell, the entire Beast City seemed to have instantly erupted with activity. Long Fei was their only hope. Seeing Long Fei's appearance, they were all extremely excited, as if they had been injected with stimulants. They all stood up from the ground. Long Fei moved. Healing spring. The heavenly quartz base was opened. The healing spring was summoned by Long Fei. As the healing spring leveled up, its current healing area could cover the entire Beast City. It healed crazily. The wound quickly healed, and could be seen with the naked eye. The cultivation speed of the heavenly court is truly fast. "Boss, Liuanba said excitedly. Long Fei said in a faint voice, "Recover well. Don't say anything else, just leave this to me." "Humph! Long Fei, you came back at the perfect time, just when we were worrying about where to find you. Who knew that you would come knocking yourself? You are courting death." An elder shouted in a deep voice. "You should be at the tower question of God's assessment. If you come back at this time, there's only one reason. You're eliminated." "Ha ha! Trash is trash. The tower question of God's elimination product. Who can protect you trash like this? Kid, you will never have a good ending if you go against our young lord." Several elders clamored. At the same time, the army of hell quickly moved forward and surrounded Long Fei. On the hillside, Zhan Hongtu squinted. He actually came back. He should be trapped in secret world by Wushuang. Could he have escaped? Humph. That's good as well. I will take care of him along the way, and do not distract him. Wushuang is at the peak of the ascendant stage, and she wants to enter the ancient holy battlefield. I absolutely cannot give up on her future because of him. Kid, you must die today. Killing intent surged within his heart. Zhan Hongtu's hand lightly moved and said, "Go, kill him." "Yes, sir." The two old men behind him moved slightly, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. The corner of Long Fei's mouth revealed a sinister sneer and said, "Courting death? With just you?" One of the elders sneered, "Aren't we enough? It's enough to deal with one of you. Long Fei, you are just a piece of trash." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei's figure moved, and he executed the first slash of the heaven-decimating slash, light speed sword. With a flash of light, his sword energy slashed out. Shwa! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing. His body was split into two halves, and he had no time to react at all. This was called the speed of light. It was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. Long Fei laughed coldly. "Continue." The expression of the elders from the Hell Gate darkened. They did not even see clearly how fast Long Fei had attacked, nor did they see how he had killed so many people. Their idea could not even sense him, let alone see him with their naked eyes. He's only one person, everyone attacked together. An elder shouted loudly. The few elders looked at each other and stepped forward at the same time. The disciples of the Hell Gate also followed. If one of them isn't a worthy opponent, then use 10, using 100, 1,000, the servants will kill you. However, was there no one on Long Fei? Long Fei sneered and said, "More than others?" One of the elders laughed. "That's right, there are more people than others. Kid, do you have anyone? Your people are dead dogs now, aren't they? Look at their pitiful appearance. They look just like pitiful worms. Ha ha ha." As soon as he finished, boom! A man with red hair and a black robe suddenly dropped to the ground. 3 scars at the corner of his eyes, a small mustache, and sharp eyes. In his hand was a knife. His body had an aura that made one feel dizzy, the domineering aura of a king. Red hair, Shanks. "We pay our respects to the Lord." Long Fei laughed coldly and said, "He wants to compete with me in numbers, kill him." "Yes, sir." His red hair moved, and he brandished the long saber in his hand. Wung! The domineering aura lingered around him, and a crack appeared in the sky. Before that elder could react, his head fell to the ground and his body was decapitated. Similarly, there was no time for him to react. It was too fast. More than others? Let's see who has the most manpower then. Long Fei howled out as he said in a heavy tone, "Huang Long." Boom! The yellow-robed old man landed. "We pay our respects to the Lord." Kill! Miss Mo, show them what a big show it is. Understood, master. Aha, aha. A devilish smile appeared on his face as a large wave of fire bullets exploded outwards. "Prince, widow, believe me. All of you come out." Within a large wave of games, call card were activated. These people were all permanent and would not disappear because of time issues. Although they were permanent, their appearance time was only 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, it would take a day to cool down. The people from the Heavenly Court and the 2 major training bases in Hell were all crazily summoned by Long Fei. Some in the game, some in anime, some in movies. However, they all had one thing in common: arrogant and domineering. At the same time, the system beep's voice resounded in Long Fei's mind. His experience points continued to superimpose on top of each other. The holy source S continued to stack. The striking energy value flew up. More than others? I'll let you know what it means to have more people. Long Fei let out a loud roar, and the idea began to move. Scatter seeds which become solidars. 100,000 magic weapon, fall for me. 100,000 holy source disappeared and magic weapon appeared from the ground. Sky-piercing sect leader greets the emperor. Damn, even the sect leader has come out. Long Fei excitedly laughed coldly. I've never seen anyone who wants to compete with me? Come on, who has more people now? Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Chapter 1442 War Families Powerhouse. Chapter 1442 War Families Powerhouse Heaven Base, Hell Base, and Scatter Seeds which become Solidars Technique. The entire Beast City was Long Fei's people. More people? This kind of people from the Hell Gate is really not enough. Simply put, this was a massacre. The Hell Gate army retreated frantically as Long Fei closed in step by step. He would never let a single person get away after seeing the Beast City in such a state. In addition, the killing intent in Long Fei's eyes surged. It was extremely strong, and did not weaken just because he killed a few Hellgate elders. Instead, it became even stronger. The boss has changed. Yeah, it changed. It has become more powerful. So handsome. If I were a woman, I would fall in love with him. In just half a month, boss is really too strong. Ha ha. The boss is indeed the boss here. To be able to pull such a tyrannical and domineering character, the boss must be extremely handsome. 8 King Kong became excited one by one. Long Fei becoming strong was also an inspiration to them, as their cultivation had been rising rapidly as well. If they wanted to follow Long Fei, they had to become stronger. Slaughter our city? I'm going to annihilate your sect today. Long Fei roared and roared loudly. Kill! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Hellgate Elder for obtaining 27,399 experience, 2,000 Holy Source points, and 10 Energy Values points. Ding! 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 The system went berserk with notifications and beep. It was a new year in the village, and all the firecrackers were set off at the same time. The rhythm of the firecrackers was like turning the sky upside down. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current Chun stage level 6. A warm feeling rose within Long Fei's body as a strong surge of energy surged in him. It has leveled up again, that's great. Kill! It crazily crushed everything in its path. The people of the Heavenly Court and the Infernal Realm were just like a bunch of bandits. That scene. It was just like a hungry tiger fighting over its food. It was abnormally vicious and gave no chance at all. The red hair rampaged around, overturning everything. Master Xian's chrysanthemum spear had pierced countless chrysanthemums. The Widow's stealth and sneak attacks were simply too good to be true. The entire arena was filled with crushing blows. Hellgate had never been in such a sorry state before. Was the strongest power in Chaos Realm really like this? He was completely pressed to the ground. Who could imagine? In just half a month, Long Fei had undergone an earth-shattering change. The person he summoned. They couldn't understand it at all. What was all this? Are you even letting me live? An attack that you can't even imagine, yet it died for no reason. For example, that alchemy. Carrying a poison gas canister on his back, he was running like the wind. You wouldn't be able to catch up to him, and by the time he caught up with him, there was a huge poison pond beneath his feet, causing him to be unable to move at all. And then, he just watched himself die from the poison. Miss Mo's moves came one after another. There was nowhere for her to hide. These Hellgates all fled while covering their head. Furthermore, you could not fly, because there were a few lightning birds protecting you from the sky. If you were to fly in the air, it would be a lightning strike, causing your hair to burst. Suddenly, the air moved, and 2 powerful auras came crushing down. It came very quickly. When Long Fei finally reacted, his attack had already landed. Long Fei shouted in his heart, Azura Battle Body, come out! Boom! Buzz! An Azura Divine Armor appeared on his body. Rumble! As the 2 forces attacked Long Fei from both sides, although Long Fei had the protection of the Azura Battle Body, he still felt intense pain. Buzz buzz! The 2 old men stood in the air. Their clothes were embroidered with the word war. 9 Secret Warrior Family of the 9 Secret Warrior Family? Moreover, the 2 old men looked exactly the same. After cultivating for a few hundred years, besides having the exact same appearance, their minds were linked. The idea had become one. This was their strongest point. However, Long Fei looked at them with a strange gaze and smiled. Little boss, so you're saying, you guys even have a big boss behind you? They were different from the Hellgate Elders. The Hellgate Elders might have said that they were bosses when they were emitting a golden light in the past, but as Long Fei became stronger, their boss aura also weakened, eventually disappearing. However, the bodies of the 2 old men in the sky were glowing with a golden light. Humph! A mere ant dares to overturn the heavens? One of the old men sneered disdainfully. He stared at Long Fei with contempt. He did not even put Long Fei in his eyes. Because Long Fei was not worthy. He didn't have the qualifications. The 9 Secret Warrior Family was one of the most mysterious clans in the Chaos Realm. What did the Hellgate count for? So what if it was the Bounty Gate? If they wanted to compete in 9 Secret Warrior Family S, they didn't even have the qualifications to lift their shoes. Because they were from the 9 Secret Warrior family, they knew how strong the Battle family was. The entire Chaos realm can belittle the existence of this world, and including the Tower question of God. Yo! Is it that amazing? Long Fei smiled, stared at the 2 little bosses and said, "Then let me see if you 2 have the ability to be awesome." Boom! He took a heavy step. Shwa! It rose up from the ground and disappeared in an instant. The heaven-decimating art in its hand activated. Boom! The flames burned. The Yang God's authentic artifact began to emit blazing power, causing Sword Chi to wreak havoc. Light speed sword. Boom! His sword was like lightning as it attacked ferociously. The 2 Battle Clan Powerhouse S were indeed extraordinary. Their bodies were constantly alternating, and at the same time, they were also constantly defending and blocking. The 2 of them seemed to be 4 people or 8 people. Skillful. Kid, is that all you've got? You want to snatch a woman from our young master? You think you're worthy? Young lord, 1 finger is enough to crush you to death. The 2 of them said disdainfully. Suddenly, Long Fei suddenly retracted his sword technique and angrily said, "You dare to make a ruckus, right? I'm not playing with you anymore. Sky-swallowing rat." Creak! The little mouse broke through space and swallowed an old man from the Zhan clan. The 2 of them were distracted, and at the same time, Long Fei's light-speed sword suddenly changed. It became sharper and faster. Boom! Boom! It merged with the power of the Sun God authentic artifact and madly crushed it. 1 person could no longer resist it. From the sky, to be ruthlessly smashed down by Long Fei, to the ground, with his hair scattered all over the place, he was in an incomparably sorry state. TL. You like to shout? Then continue shouting. Long Fei roared loudly, "No way! If you're not shouting, then go to hell." The heaven-decimating flame burned as it slashed down. Crack! Unable to withstand the divine might of the heaven-decimating sword, his sea of consciousness was instantly blasted apart. Ding! The system beep rang. Do you want to activate the Berserk energy? No. Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining 300,000 experience points for killing battle armor, 29,000 holy source, and 10 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Lingxi technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining. It was also at this time. The sky-swallowing rat swallowed the other battle god powerhouse. Ding. Chapter 1443 Qianju. Chapter 1443 Qianju. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 300,000 experience, 29,000 holy source, and 10 energy values. After killing the twin powerhouse, the system once again sounded out a notification. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining a special reward from the system. Special reward? What? Long Fei quietly waited. Under normal circumstances, the system's special rewards wouldn't be too bad. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Eternal Hunting Twin 1000 Ju call card. Huh! What a great thing! It's the great move of Qianju. This is simply my life-saving skill. Long Fei was overjoyed. His big move would not die within the area of effect. No matter how strong the bombardment was, he would not die. That's right. I don't know if the bombardment of power from the main temple's powerhouse will be all right under the judgment of fate. Long Fei slightly said, "Let's not worry about it for now, we'll talk about it after taking it." After the 9 Secret Warrior Family S were killed, Long Fei dashed forward like lightning. Boom! The Sword of Destroy in Long Fei's hands continued to behead and nurture it as well. The Yang God's aura in Long Fei's body continued to rise bit by bit. When paired with the light speed sword, it was like pulling a bull with lightning, going berserk all the way. The infernal army had killed every last one of them. Long Fei would not let any of them go. No one would go against experience points. What he needed was not only experience points, but striking energy value as well. My lord! My lord! Battle armor, even Battle E was killed by Long Fei. We. A purple elder walked over. Zhan Hongtu suddenly stood up, his eyes darkened, he suddenly stared and shouted, "Useless thing!" With a grab of his right hand, he sucked the purple elder into his palm. With a blood-curdling screech, the purple-robed elder didn't even have the time to resist and was directly sucked dry. Zhan Hongtu bellowed, "Whoever dares to take half a step back will be killed without mercy." Boom! His voice was like thunder, exploding in the sky. At the same time, looked at the Long Fei in the distance and said in a heavy voice, "I don't care what kind of strange power you possess, you must die today." Long Fei grew up too fast. At this rate of growth, no one would be able to withstand it. This child must die. Buzz! In that instant, S body combusted in gold light, directly releasing a surge of divine power from his body, which was also his strongest power. Either not, or he could just crush them. Boom! The illusory figure appeared in front of Long Fei in a flash, its eyes sinister. The golden light on its body surged, and it chopped down with a palm. "I'm finally out! Big boss!" Long Fei's heart trembled. The golden light around Zhan Hongtu's body was especially glaring, and also, he had the golden divine light that only appeared on the body of the oracle, so it was obvious that Zhan Hongtu was not simple at all. From this, it could be seen that the 9 secret warrior family was not simple. However, so what if it wasn't simple? As long as he provoked Long Fei, then he must die. Xiao Luo divine body. Open! Buzz! The power of the Azura King was suddenly activated, and the aura on Long Fei's body changed. He immediately charged forward, and with the heaven-decimating slash in his hand, a half-moon sword beam flew out. Shwa! Boom! When Long Fei tried to block it with his body, the Xiao Luo divine body slightly trembled. Zhan Hongtu squinted his eyes, looking at the half-moon sword chi that was shooting towards him. The corners of his mouth curled up. A sword chi attack like that? As soon as he finished, rumble! A powerful shadow of a beast appeared behind his back, and he punched down heavily with both of his fists. Rumble! The sword chi was instantly shattered. Buzz! Standing beside Zhan Hongtu was an incomparably large divine beast, whose body shone with a golden light. This was a divine beast that did not even belong to the Chaos Realm. Zhan Hongtu sneered, "Use whatever moves you have left, today is your last chance." Very strong. Zhan Hongtu was the strongest person Long Fei had ever met. That divine beast. Long Fei grinned, "If I like it, then it's mine." Zhang Xian exerted his strength. Buzz! His cultivation at the 6th level of the stage exploded forth, and with a change in speed, he charged straight at Zhan Hongtu. Zhan Hongtu sneered, "You overestimate yourself." In that instant, the chi on Zhan Hongtu's body was intertwined with the chi of the divine beast beside him. The idea moved, and the eyes of that divine beast suddenly exploded. Rage. His body was suffused with a divine light as he punched out, shattering the void. A heavy blow came down. Zhan Hongtu laughed coldly and said, "This is the divinity's divine beast, its strength is as high as the sky, and relying on you, brat?" Long Fei raised the lotus beneath his feet, and with a flip of his right hand, he exclaimed, "Heavenly flame! Pure lotus demon fire!" The moment Xuana Bai's flame touched his palm, he sent a palm strike forward to receive it. Then, the aura of the Hellfire Lotus on Long Fei's body was released to its strongest point, and fused with the Sun God's authentic artifact, Heaven Destroyer, to its highest point. The power in his body was burning. Long Fei was just like a special ability user, a ball of flames crazily ignited on his body. The Sun God. Kill! The pure lotus demon fire blocked the divine beast's heavy blow. Long Fei released the power of the Yang God within his body, the power of the Yang God authentic artifact at its pinnacle, and then released the power of the Fire God. One sword, one explosive. Golden sword aura flickered all over Long Fei's body, and shot out in all directions. It was as if the entire world was covered by his sword aura. Zhan Hongtu's face was filled with shock. I never thought that this child would actually have such a strong sword intent, this kind of sword aura. Too powerful. However, Zhan Hongtu's murderous intent became even stronger as the golden light around his body dimmed. In an instant, boom! The divine beast that was entangled by the pure lotus demon fire suddenly inhaled, and all of the energy in its body was sucked into Zhan Hongtu's body. What kind of cultivation technique is this? In the city, Li Yuanba exclaimed. The divine beast's power was instantly absorbed, as though it was a cultivation technique that combined together. Long Fei was also shocked. The Zhan Hongtu in front of his eyes was no longer a person, but a gigantic divine beast. A punch was fired out. Space itself shattered. Space twisted. It kept hitting Long Fei. Too strong. When the divinity's divine beast appeared, Long Fei was stunned, but now this fusion skill had once again stunned Long Fei, and also, Long Fei trained in Devourer's vein. He was very clear on how strong it was to instantly absorb the divine beast's power and convert it into his own. Under such circumstances, facing an unstoppable punch, Long Fei clenched both his fists tightly, gritted his teeth and shouted out, "Yan Wu Gemini, Thousand Ju! Get out!" There was no other way. He had to withstand this punch. He had to ensure that he wouldn't die. When Qian Ju landed, he also felt a strong sense of danger and immediately released his ultimate move. A gigantic formation rose beneath Long Fei's feet. Long Fei said in a heavy tone, "Come then." Chapter 1444. Now it's Laozi's turn. Chapter 1444. Now it's Laozi's turn. Boom. The Yang spirit breath stood within the formation as his feet heavily stabbed into the ground, roaring, "Come!" Zhan Hongtu looked at the strange array and sneered, "No matter how many things you have, it's all in vain. Long Fei, go to hell." Boom! The fist shattered the void and landed on Long Fei's body. Crack! The amount of blood on top of Long Fei's head fell in an instant and stopped at 10% of the ground, no longer falling. The Yang spirit's breath was like a scythe that could strangle a death god. The power of this move. Long Fei felt an incomparable power. 9 secret warrior family, what kind of family is it? He had never experienced such power before. That kind of power. Everyone had always thought that the Hellgate was the #1 power in the Chaos Realm, however. Behind him, the 9 secret warrior family was the true #1 clan of the Chaos Realm. Mysterious power. Furthermore, no one knew where the 9 secret warrior family was, what his past was, and who the master was. Nothing. Long Fei withstood the punch. In his heart, he finally understood why Zhan Wushuang had a set of defensive main artifact on him, and why such a powerful family might actually come from the divinity, or even, the Zhan clan ancestor was a giant god of the main temple. Otherwise, how could he forever be such a powerful force? He didn't die. Zhan Hongtu was slightly shocked. He was very clear how much power that punch had contained. It actually did not manage to instantly kill Long Fei. Even the powerhouse on the Heavenly Emperor ranking could not withstand this punch. Long Fei said in a deep voice, "Awesome." Again. The more excited Long Fei was, the more he liked it. His heart was in ecstasy. "I'll definitely explode you." Zhan Hongtu squinted his eyes. His killing intent was dense. "I just want to see how many fists you can withstand." Boom, boom, boom. He would not give the enemy any chance. If one punch doesn't kill, then 100 punches. However, Long Fei stood in the middle of the formation without moving. The amount of blood on his head had always been stuck at 10%, and furthermore, what was even more crazy was that Long Fei was using his own body to withstand the impact of Zhan Hongtu's powerful attacks. The best way to upgrade the physical body was not through the nourishment of the holy source, nor was it through cultivation. Instead, he had to use a powerful strike to self-destruct, which would unleash the hidden potential within his body. Hellfire Lotus, Sun God Authentic Artifact. At this moment, Long Fei's body was frantically absorbing the spiritual energy. "Come on! Is that all you've got? Come on! Ha ha! Kill your father? Your father will not die, ha ha!" Long Fei laughed crazily, but he was still shocked in his heart. At the same time, he was constantly thinking of ways to kill Zhan Hongtu, unless he used the power of a golden cudgel. However, the golden cudgel's energy had already filled up to the 60th floor. If it was used up just like that, Long Fei was a little unwilling. He wanted to leave this power to Zhan Wushuang. Zhan Hongtu was also furious in his heart. He had never died inside the formation, that formation. Who? Zhan Hongtu was not a fool. With so many punches, even the top powerhouse of Tower Question of God would be reduced to half dead by him. Long Fei was fine. Clearly it was a formation. And then, Zhan Hongtu's figure descended and landed within the formation. Step by step, he arrived in front of Long Fei and coldly laughed. "You don't die within the formation? Then get out of the array. I'll see whether you die or not." He spread out his voice. It quickly attacked. Long Fei grinned and said, "I'm just afraid that you won't come." After consuming a supreme spirit pellet, his health point slightly recovered. At this moment, Resurrection Ring activated, Paralyzed Ring activated, Protective Ring activated. He activated the 3 special rings. After Qian Ju finished his move, the array formation closed. Long Fei forced his way forward. Boom! The first slash of the heaven decimating slash. Zhan Hongtu blocked it with his right arm, and with a burst of golden light, a strong recoil force directly sent the heaven decimating shock flying out of his hand as his left fist punched out. Long Fei punched back. Boom! His body retreated in a straight line, and the soles of his shoes grinded through. The blood in his chest was boiling as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was only because Long Fei's body had become stronger in that instant, otherwise, he would have been severely injured. Zhan Hongtu only took half a step back. His fist was a little numb, but to him this was an incomparably angry, "You dog! Die!" Long Fei's eyes turned sinister as he roared in rage. "Come on, if you can't kill me, I want your entire family's lives." Boom! Long Fei did not retreat and rushed forward. His fists surged, and he overlaid his strength on his fist. Bang! Rumble! Rumble! Long Fei was sent flying. His protective ring was almost unable to take it. The holy source value dropped by more than 4 million points in a short moment. The value of the Spirit Academy was almost bottomed out. Too strong. Still not dead? Still not dead. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Zhan Hongtu was so angry that smoke rose from his head. To not even kill Long Fei like this was an insult to him. Without waiting for Long Fei to stop, his figure flashed. Swish! He rushed forward. Long Fei smashed a part of the city wall into pieces, but he was still unable to control himself and continued to fly back. Seeing Zhan Hongtu getting closer and closer, his heart became sinister. "I'm going all out. Without energy, it can still be filled. There is only one life left." Long Fei decided to activate the energy of the 60-layer golden cudgel. Because he didn't have any other power to deal with Zhan Hongtu now, Even if he were to become a demon of the Devil Transformation City, he wouldn't be able to do it. Zhan Hongtu's body fusion power was beyond imagination. But, at this moment, the sky darkened and explosions sounded continuously. In the air, 8 King Kongs stood in 8 different directions. In the middle of the Beast City, dozens of disciples of the Phoenix clan were muttering something in silence as the power of the seal surged out from the depths of the great earth. Rumble! The moment Zhan Hongtu entered the Beast City, Li Yuanba roared out, "Vajra power, activate!" The sky was raging. Clouds swirled, layer by layer. A loud explosion resounded. A divine tribulation of power came crashing down. Zhan Hongtu raised his eyes and laughed coldly. King Kong power? Summon heavenly tribulation? His strength was not bad, but it's too slow. Its attack range is limited. This kind of power is alright against normal powerhouse. Against me? You guys are still far from it. The power of heavenly tribulation descended. Zhan Hongtu instantly moved, wanting to fly out of the attacking circle. But, deep in the earth, a stream of power had bound his sacred art. The seal had stopped. The huge power of seal tightly trapped him. Zhan Hongtu's strength unceasingly surged against the power of the seal, his expression turning ugly as he roared. The Seal Clan? The sealing of the Phoenix Clan? Damn it! Long Fei's body steadied himself. He turned and rushed towards Zhan Hongtu and said, "Now, it's my turn." Chapter 1445, Explosive U. Chapter 1445, Explosive U. Now it's your father's turn. With that said, Long Fei turned and rushed forward. Zhan Hongtu was firmly restrained and continued to struggle. A powerful strength frantically burst out, rushing at him, and shouted, "Open up some for me. You think you can kill me just like that?" "Humph!" Zhan Hongtu sneered. "King Kong Alliance, God's suffering force, but the power of your 8 King Kong is too weak. Even if all 8 of you fuse your special powers together and activate the divine tribulation, it will still be useless." They had used this move the last time they surrounded Beast City. At that time, a senior elder of Bounty Gate was killed, but the cultivation level of Zhan Hongtu in front of him was countless times higher than that of the elder. It could be killed? Li Yuanba was not confident. However, Long Fei laughed. "If heavenly tribulation cannot kill you, I can." Closer and closer. Zhan Hongtu laughed arrogantly. "You? Long Fei, it's not that I despise you, but that you are simply unable to enter my eyes. Your cultivation is trash, your power is indeed a little strange, but you can't leave your sect no matter how strange it is. Long Fei, it's not that I don't look down on you, but rather, you are simply unable to enter my eyes." Zhan Hongtu mocked. "And can your current cultivation approach me? Can you withstand the heavenly tribulation of the King Kong Alliance?" If Long Fei wanted to kill him, she had to enter the range of the heavenly tribulation's attacks. With Long Fei's current cultivation, he was simply unable to handle it. Aoya's eyebrows tightened. She became worried and said, "Long Fei, don't go near him. Boss! Don't go near him." For a moment, all the 8 King Kongs tensed up. Just as Zhan Hongtu had said, could Long Fei bear the god's suffering force? He couldn't withstand it at all. If he were to rush over like this, he would definitely die under the god's suffering force, and die under the 8 King Kong's hands. 8 King Kong killed his own boss. That's fun, ha ha. Zhan Hongtu laughed and started laughing. At the same time, he was still struggling with all his might. This was an opportunity. To him, as long as the 8 King Kong was distracted, the god's suffering force would become weaker. Furthermore, he could already feel the binding power of the Phoenix clansmen weakening. After all, these 6 days and 6 nights of attacks had left them with no time to recover. Even if their wounds were healed now, their mental state and the tiredness in their sea of consciousness were things that Healing Spring could not recover from. As long as he had a little more time, he would be able to break through the seal. All the people in Beast City must die. Ha ha ha! Zhang Hongtu laughed out wildly. 8 King Kong, your power must be really great, are you afraid? I definitely won't die. But your boss will definitely die. Ha ha ha! Come on. Li Yuanba said. Boss, you. Long Fei's speed did not decrease at all, and was even angrier than before. He shouted loudly, Yuan Ba, use your strongest strength to strike down. Trust me. I definitely won't die. Zhang Hongtu sneered. You won't die? Could your cultivation withstand the gods' suffering force? I'm afraid you don't even have the face to die. Ha ha ha. Long Fei laughed. Later, we will know who is the one who is killed to the point where there aren't even dregs left. Long Fei roared out and said, Blast it for me. Li Yuanba's mind tightened, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Listen to boss, the strongest power, boom. The remaining 7 King Kongs looked at Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba roared out and said, Believe in boss. Then, the 8 of them moved, Li Yuanba roared. The power of the 8 King Kong quickly fused with each other as 8 different elements rushed into the sky and poured into the 9 heavens. Rumble! Rumble! The sky raged, thunder rumbled. An incomparably thick bolt of lightning came crashing down, striking vertically. It directly exploded above Zhang Hongtu's head, wanting to compare to the previous time where the 8 Dragons Alliance was formed. The power this time was much more ferocious. Zhang Hongtu raised his eyes slightly. He was secretly shocked in his heart. This 8 King Kong is truly incredible. In just half a month, his cultivation had actually increased by so much. His god's suffering force has become twice as strong. These 8 people are too dangerous. The Jedi cannot be left alive. He could feel the danger of the 8 King Kong growing up. Once these 8 people became strong, it would be equal to having a moving heavenly tribulation. They were too strong, they simply weren't able to resist them. Killing intent rose in his heart. The power on Zhang Hongtu's body exploded outwards as a thick layer of defensive power burst forth. Looking back at Long Fei, who was rapidly approaching, he laughed coldly and said, Brat, you're simply looking to die. He never thought that Long Fei would actually rush over. It was simply suicide. A normal person would not be able to withstand such a powerful strike from the heavenly tribulation, even if Long Fei possessed a lot of special powers. Because of the basics. Just as Zhang Hongtu had said, it would never leave his side. A weak cultivation was a weak one. Nothing could change it. Everyone looked at Long Fei. Ao Ya's heart hung at her throat. She didn't know why Long Fei would choose to do this, but she believed in Long Fei. There must be such a reason. Yang Yu clasped his hands together and said, Heavens bless Long Fei. I am willing to use 10 years of my own life, which is 100 years, in exchange. Gui Rou also started to pray. The Beastmen Warrior S and disciples of the Kunlun sect S all looked at Long Fei and broke out in a cold sweat for him. Under the heavenly tribulation, what could Long Fei do? Aside from being attacked, what else could he do? Zhang Hongtu laughed coldly. What a brainless person. After rushing into the attack range of the heavenly tribulation, I have never seen anyone who likes to throw their lives away. Ha ha ha! Zhang Hongtu disdainfully said. Brat, are you committing suicide? Thick bolts of lightning were about to strike. Long Fei stopped in front of Zhang Hongtu. The two of them were less than 3 meters apart. Long Fei looked at Zhang Hongtu without moving. Zhang Hongtu also looked at him without moving. Their 4 eyes met and the fiery light exploded. It was as if they were fighting against gods, and it was extremely fierce. Suicide? You're sending yourself to your death. Heh heh. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile, and said, You'll know soon enough. He raised his eyes slightly. When the thick and heavy heavenly tribulation descended, at this very moment, Long Fei roared in his heart, as he roared out loudly, Bedevilment! Rumble! His body changed, and he immediately became a magic body. The 9 tribulations sword in his hand moved and pierced straight into the god's suffering force. Zhang Hongtu's pupils shrank as he stared at Long Fei and yelled, "What are you trying to do?" Long Fei laughed coldly, spat out 2 words and said, "Kill you." The 9 tribulations sword pierced through the heavenly tribulation and completely absorbed the god's suffering force in that instant. Chapter 1446. An aircraft carrier dropped. Chapter 1446. An aircraft carrier dropped. It was incomparably terrifying. As the heavenly tribulation tilted, all of its power flowed into the 9 tribulations sword. This scene. It was simply unimaginable and stupefying, and it was simply unimaginable. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. How could this be? Boss, what do you want to do? What's that body? How did it become another body? None of them understood. The 9 tribulations sword frantically absorbed the god's suffering force. Furthermore, Long Fei wasn't unaccustomed to the pressure of the heavenly tribulation at all. On the contrary, he felt extremely contented with it as he was extremely familiar with the power of the heavenly tribulation. One had to know. The magic body was refined from the god's suffering force of the great perfection. If one were to talk about the person who was least afraid of heavenly tribulation in this world, he must be Long Fei's magic body. Who could resist? Heavenly tribulation? That was the source of his power. Why would he be afraid? Zhang Hongtu's eyes went blank, his brain felt like it was short-circuited. He stared at Long Fei and said, You. He was so shocked that he was at a loss for words. He could not understand at all. What was this called? Could he even absorb the power of heavenly tribulation? Isn't this too heaven-defying? Excited? Are you nervous? The eyes of the Long Fei demon god moved slightly as he laughed coldly. The power of the 9 tribulations sword in his hand increased layer by layer as it burst forth, saying in a faint voice, "Now, who's courting death? Who would commit suicide?" Buzz! The god's suffering force was completely absorbed. Even the surrounding aura of heavenly tribulation was absorbed. Between the heavens and the earth, the only one left in Long Fei's world was his target, Zhang Hongtu. Zhang Hongtu felt that the aura on Long Fei's body was extremely different, and his mind trembled slightly, asking, "What are you trying to do? Long Fei, what exactly do you want to do?" "I am an elder of the 9 secret warrior family. I am Zhan Wushuang's uncle. Our 9 secret warrior family is a god race. What do you want to do?" He was afraid. Facing the 8 King Kong's god's suffering force, he was not afraid, but he was now afraid, because Long Fei's body contained a strength that he could not resist. This power. Extremely terrifying. Long Fei grinned. "I just said it, it's very simple, I just want to kill you. Who cares who you are? Who cares what background your family has? Even if you are the god of heaven, I will still kill you. Do you know why? Because I am very unhappy." As soon as he finished, the aura on Long Fei's body burst forth, and with a sudden movement of the 9 tribulations sword, the god's suffering force became exceptionally fierce under the brewing of the 9 tribulations sword. The 9 tribulations sword continuously activated the god's suffering force in the devil god's body. The 2 types of power merged together. Rumble stared at Zhang Hongtu and said solemnly, 9 calamity transformation, heaven calamity / The great perfection of the god's suffering force erupted from within the 9 tribulations sword. A sword slashed down. Zhang Hongtu's pupils dilated as he roared loudly, "Long Fei, you dare to kill me! You definitely won't have a good ending. 9 secret warrior family will make all of your life disappear into ashes. You can't afford to offend 9 secret warrior family." They continuously clamored. At the same time, He was also constantly afraid. Seeing the 9 tribulations sword falling, the divine beast energy absorbed into his body struggled crazily. The shadow on his body tried to break free from his restraint. It was as if his primordial spirit was about to charge out of his body. However, it was too late now. A sword fell. The god's suffering force looked like it was cut by the heavens. Rumble! 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 His body was split into 2, and in that instant, his body was crushed into smithereens by the powerful god's suffering force, with not even ashes remaining. Zhan Hongtu's miserable screams sounded out in the air. Long Fei, you will pay the price. Ah! The corner of Long Fei's mouth twitched, and he said, Price your sister, go and explode. 1 sword kill. The system beep immediately rang. Long Fei and the idea instantly caught up and said, to trigger a level 4 berserk. In the heavenly court and the infernal realm, people were killing crazily here. Their striking energy value had also reached the 4th level, so Long Fei didn't even think about using them right away. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Zhan Hongtu for obtaining 100 million experience, 100 million holy source points, and 10 energy values points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Ancient Energy Blood Vein. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Purple Gold Armor. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Purple Gold Sword. The system was still ringing. Long Fei listened attentively and was extremely anxious in his heart. I don't want this, I want that sacred art. To be able to instantly absorb the power of a divine beast and merge it into his body, this sacred art was just too amazing. If not for this ability, Zhan Hongtu would not be so strong. Explode. Burst it out. Demacia. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining body fusion to release and cultivate? Ha ha ha! It's finally going to explode. Long Fei's eyes lit up and he started laughing. With this technique, even a level 4 berserk could do it, F***CK. This power was simply too strong. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for triggering level 4 berserk. Please choose the Domain Treasure Series, Water God Treasure Series, Heaven's Court Series, Animation Series, Mecha Series, Wyman Series, Universe Unknown Series. Choose what? I don't think he's chosen the Mecha Series yet. Then let's start with the Mecha Series. Long Fei also needed a transport fighter jet, which was why he was flying at such a slow speed. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for choosing Mecha Series and obtaining Carrier. What? Long Fei was a little confused. I couldn't hear clearly for a moment, so I opened the system to take a look, then my eyes went wide. Damn, an aircraft carrier. The heck? Do you want to go to heaven or something? It really was an aircraft carrier. It was a death sentence. Long Fei didn't even dare to imagine it. Isn't this a little too fierce? However, an aircraft carrier should only be able to sail in the sea, right? Long Fei muttered, but he did not really understand. Since they were called aircraft carriers, they should be flying in the air. A literal explanation was wrong. Long Fei looked at the properties of the aircraft carrier and was shocked once again. My darling! It can fly. Moreover, it's marked with an aircraft carrier. 18 fighter jets. Missiles. There are all kinds of cannon weapons. This was secondary. The key was that it could fly. It could fly. Wait! Long Fei was startled. He stared at the last description of the aircraft carrier and his eyes trembled. Damn, you need to use up my holy source to fly? 1 second. How much? 10,000 points of holy source? This is burning money. This is too darned. Even though it was a bit of a scam. However, to be able to blow up an aircraft carrier, that was too good. Chapter 1447 Vajrapath. Chapter 1447 Vajra Path. The biggest advantage of an aircraft carrier is that it is a moving island. If it were to fight on the sea, it would have a huge advantage. It could be used as a small base, able to both supply and attack. The power of the blow was a complete mess. If he could fly in the air, naturally it was the same. It was just that his consumption was a little too high, 10,000 holy source s per second. Long Fei's entire holy source could only allow him to fly for 500 seconds. What could he do with that amount of time? There was nothing to be done. Of course, Long Fei didn't know the speed of the aircraft carrier yet. Put it away first. It will definitely be of great use in the future. Wait until I know about the Hellgate, the 9 secret warrior family, and their coordinates. Let's blast him around first. Long Fei muttered in his heart. Missile bombardment requires coordinates to strike accurately. Nothing is of any use without the coordinate. Huff! Long Fei took a deep breath, then turned and focused all his attention on the fitted soul. The idea moved and said, "Cultivate." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for cultivating the sacred art body fusion, for obtaining 100 experience points, 100 points, and 100 points for the holy source. Martial skills. Body fusion grade. Abhijna consumption. 1 million holy source description. Cultivating this art allows one to instantly fuse the war pet's power into the body. The stronger the war pet's power, the stronger the power. Description 2. Absorption of the war pet's power can also be separated. Description 3. If an absolute crushing force is formed, it can also absorb the opponent's strength and fuse it into one's own. Description 4. The life force absorbed can be sacrificed selectively. As expected, absorb the energy of your divine beast in an instant and then transform it into your own energy, forming a fusion of your own powers. Long Fei muttered. However, what does description 4 mean? Selective death, sacrifice? Could it be that the power I absorbed is a living being and I can choose to let him die? I can survive? Long Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. So, under the condition that I am allowed to, I can already have 2 lives? That's not right. With sufficient conditions, I should have unlimited lifespan. Ha ha ha! This skill is way too overpowered. Long Fei became excited. He then remembered that when Zhan Hongtu died, the divine beast image on his body was struggling continuously, wanting to break through his body. He thought for a while, could it be that Zhan Hongtu is not dead yet? Impossible. The system prompt could not be wrong. Indeed, if it wasn't for Long Fei's heaven-smiting slash, Zhan Hongtu really wouldn't have died. It was only because of that divine beast. The power of the heavenly tribulation was too sharp. He immediately attacked the original body as well. Long Fei knew the appearance of the real face. "Boss, are you alright?" Li Yuanba landed. Gui Rou immediately ran over and threw himself into Long Fei's embrace. "Husband, Wu." Yang Yu ran forward to look at Long Fei, wanting to step forward, but his body stopped. Long Fei waved at her and said, "You come too." Yang Yu walked forward and was stopped by Long Fei in an instant. She said gently, "Sorry for making you all worry." The two of them shook their heads as they sobbed. The scene just now was too dangerous. Everyone was worried for Long Fei. Aoya sniffed with her nose. She wanted to cry too, but she resisted the urge in the end, because she, Sword Force King Kong, had to shoulder the responsibility that Kong Kim had to bear. Long Fei looked at her and his heart also ached. "I'm fine. I've made you all worry. From now on, I will absolutely not put you in danger," Long Fei said heavily. There were still many strong powers in the Chaos Realm. Tower Question of God was only one of the forces of Powerhouse that was revealed. How many families like the 9 secret warrior family had not been exposed? He didn't know at all. What kind of opponent would appear in the future? Long Fei did not know either. In short, they could not afford to risk their lives like this. Their cultivations were still too weak for godlike families. Long Fei came back this time to take them all into the heavenly court, to become one of the two bases of hell, to let them cultivate inside it, and to make him into a carrier on a vast ocean. Moving island. Let them out when the time comes, Long Fei said slightly. I have opened up two secret worlds. Whether it's light or dark, I can go in and my cultivation speed will increase by several fold. The reason I came back this time was to have you all go in and train. 9 Secret Warrior Family, Hell Gate, Bounty Gate, Thousand Alliance Sect, and many other unknown forces of Powerhouse are too dangerous for us. I need you to become stronger. I really need it. Long Fei had always wanted to build up his own strength, but it's never built up. Being bullied by Hell Gate and the rest was too severe. Sect leader, with your current cultivation, you can open up a secret world? Huolin was shocked. Kunlun Zi was also extremely shocked. Long Fei said, during this period of time, I had some fortuitous encounters, and you can all go in. That way you can cultivate in peace. The casualties this time were too great. Only a dozen disciples of the Kunlun sect remained. Beast Race Warriors were about the same. Long Fei's Gods Martial Sect Guild instantly dropped down to level 5 and consecutively dropped quite a few levels. The rank of the guild was not the same as Long Fei's own. Once the guild's power decreased, its rank would also decrease. Although Long Fei felt heartache, there was nothing he could do about this matter as it was something urgent for him. While they were talking, Long Fei opened the two secret worlds. One side of hell. In one side of the heavenly court. Long Fei reminded them, all of you need to be clear about the direction of your own cultivation so that you can choose a good secret world to cultivate in. I should be of the light attribute. Huolin was the first to walk out and walk towards the heaven fairyland, but was pushed out and said, you are of the darkness attribute. Huolin scratched his head. Everyone laughed out loud. Then, one by one, they entered the secret world. Aside from the ordinary citizens, almost everyone in Beast City had entered the secret world. In the end, only the 8 King Kong remained. Li Yuanba was definitely of the darkness attribute. He had also been bewitched before. Sky Spirit, Arhat, these were all darkness attribute. However, Li Yuanba looked at the other 7 King Kong, took a step forward, and said, Boss, we want to walk our own path. Long Fei was slightly taken aback. Aoya said, Boss, the 8 of us can't simply cultivate to increase our strength. If we were to cultivate alone, we wouldn't be able to keep up with your pace. The heavenly spirit followed, Boss, we are from 8 King Kong. We have to walk a different path from others. We want to go experience it. We will never grow up with your protection. Secret World's cultivation was indeed tempting. However, this was actually a form of protection for Long Fei. They were the 8 King Kong, Long Fei's right-hand men. They were not courtesans. They wanted more than just to cultivate and raise their cultivation. They wanted to find their own Tao. Path of Vajra. Chapter 1448. Don't give him a chance. Chapter 1448. Don't give him a chance. Everyone's way is different. The difference between Long Fei and the others was also different for the 8 King Kong. Long Fei ignored this point. It was also because the Hell Gates were too powerful and wanted to protect them. It was Long Fei who had gotten anxious. He had forgotten something very important. 8 King Kong was not suitable for greenhouses. They just wanted to be tempered like a bloody rain and the smell of death. They needed all sorts of tests of life and death in order to truly activate the power that belonged to them. This was the power. If he didn't temper it, how would he transform? Long Fei didn't say anything more, and the path the 8 King Kong had chosen made him secretly rejoice. When you grow up, you need to train yourself. I believe in you. Li Yuanba hoisted the giant spirit axe onto his shoulder and said with a slight smile, Boss, wait for my return. Finished. He strode out alone. Next. With a chuckle, the Heaven Spirit said, "Boss, wait for me to come back. I'll accompany you in your slaughter." Arhut, Descending Dragon. Fatman Chun, Black Knife, Lin Yusheng left one by one. They weren't together, because their paths were different as well. Although both of them were King Kong, their paths were different as well. They were all searching for their own paths, looking for the thing that could stimulate the power within their bodies. So we went our separate ways. In the end, only Oya remained. Long Fei gently caressed Aoya's cheek with one hand. Aoya happily placed her hand on Long Fei's palm. Finally, Aoya took a light step back and said, "Long Fei, wait for my return." Long Fei looked at her and secretly clenched his fists. Aoya took a few steps forward, turned around and smiled. That smile was extremely moving as she said, "Wait for me to come back. I want to give birth to your child." Finished. Her face reddened slightly before she wielded her sword and disappeared into the horizon. The 8 King Kong left. Everything in the Beast City returned to calmness. Suddenly, Long Fei seemed to have thought of something and said, "I forgot to tell them where to reunite." "Forget it. They are my 8 King Kong. They will definitely be able to find me, or I will definitely be able to find them." Long Fei's heart sank a little. 8 King Kong's departure caused Long Fei's heart to become even stronger. Why did he leave? This was because he still did not possess enough strength to make the people of the world fear him and cause them to not dare to touch any of his people. Moreover, the departure of the 8 King Kong was a path of transformation. If they were to return, they would definitely be so strong that they would explode. The Yen Huang ancestor was preparing it for him. The boundless sect that he had established was rapidly expanding and rising in power. Now, Long Fei only had one thing to do, to become stronger. Huff! Long Fei took a deep breath and said, "Return to the Tower Question of God." Long Fei left for a long time. However, there were only 2 people left at the scene waiting for him. Yi Jingyun, Nangong Yen. The assessment department, the martial arts practice field. Yi Sling did not appear, and the one who replaced him was another examination elder, Zhao Kong. Zhao Kong frowned. The ice and snow plains exit was obviously destroyed. Why are they still able to return? What happened? Zhao Kong asked a few questions, but he didn't manage to get anything out of them. However, the most important thing was that Long Fei was still alive. This was very important. Zhao Kong did not stay any longer and directly reported back to the Tower Question of God. What? They came out? Impossible, there is only one secret world's exit. If it is destroyed, there is no way it can come out. An elder was shocked. He had personally destroyed the secret world's exit, so it was impossible for him to come out. Zhao Kong said, "It is absolutely true, there are already more than 80 disciples that have come out, and many of the other disciples are frozen to death inside." The elder asked, "Where is that disciple?" He was referring to Long Fei. Zhao Kong replied, reporting to elder, "I understand that Long Fei is still alive, but I don't know why he hasn't returned yet. Other than him, Nangong Yen and Yi Jingyun have not returned either." Elder narrowed his eyes as he thought for a moment. "It's good that they haven't come back. We can use the reason that they haven't come back in time to expel them from the assessment department. As long as he's not a disciple, everything will be fine. After all, he was an examination disciple. He had to explain to everyone what had happened. After all, this was the Tower Question of God's assessment department." Zhao Kong immediately nodded his head and said, "Disciple will do as you say." And then, Zhao Kong quickly returned to the assessment department. Not long later, Zhao Kong's voice shook and she shouted slightly, "All of you have passed the 4th round of examination. As for those who have yet to return, these people cannot even complete the most basic of the tests, so they do not have the qualifications to continue. All of you will be disqualified from the rest of the exams." At this time, one of the disciples said, Elder, they are in the mountain range and will be back very soon. Should I go call them? Zhao Kong glared and said, Do you want to lose your qualifications to take the examination as well? That disciple was immediately stunned and did not dare to say another word. Zhao Kong said heavily, They obviously aren't coming back even though they're in the mountain range. What does that mean? This means that they do not put the Tower question of God in their eyes. We, the Tower question of God, do not need this kind of disciple. Someone, come. Count the names of these people, and the rest will be expelled from the assessment department. Even if they come back, they won't have the right to continue. The instructions were very simple. Was precisely to expel Long Fei from the Tower question of God's assessment clan, so as to not give him any chance. As long as Long Fei wasn't an assessment disciple, they had ways to deal with him. For Zhan Wushuang, in order for him to break through the 100 layers of Tower question of God as soon as possible, the elders within the Tower question of God, as well as the saint, had all helped him. No one could stop Zhan Wushuang. He would bring unparalleled honor to the Tower question of God in the Chaos realm. It could be said, Zhan Wushuang was a peerless treasure of the Tower question of God. They absolutely could not be obstructed. Anyone or anything, they must give way in front of him. In these 3 days, Zhan Wushuang even more so exploded with astonishing potential, directly rushing to the 70th level. A heaven-defying talent. Incomparable power. This caused even more elders to stand by his side, protecting and escorting him. Wait. Just as Zhao Kong was about to call people to count the names on the list, a figure appeared. Zhao Kong's face changed and immediately called out respectfully with his entire body. Third Elder. The third elder's forehead was beaded with sweat. It was clear that he had traveled a long distance to reach this place, and he had even overused his holy source. He was already a super powerhouse. To be able to do this, he must have rushed back from somewhere very far away. The third elder said with a faint smile, Wait a little longer. Zhao Kong said, Third elder, this is probably not good. We have waited for a long time, and disciples that have not returned yet do not even put Tower question of God in their eyes. This kind of person is not fit to enter the Tower question of God. I said wait a little longer. The third elder let out a loud shout. Pressure erupted forth. Zhao Kong was crushed to the point of him kneeling on the ground. Chapter 1449, I'm back. Chapter 1449, I'm back at this moment. The sky darkened and an even more intense pressure came crushing down. His voice shook. Tuoba Yuan, do you think you are still the third elder? You are only a low-level elder right now. What qualifications do you have to order this place to? Boom! A voice sounded. Third elder Tuoba Yuan's mind trembled. He raised his eyes slightly and said, Second elder. Humph. The middle-aged man snorted and said coldly, Coming back from billions of kilometers away to Oba Yuan, you sure are capable of doing this? Is it worth it just for a disciple? You still have a chance to choose, don't be so stubborn. Zhan Wushuang is the right path, that Long Fei. There is no talent, no potential, and no potential. Besides a murderous heart, there is nothing good about him. Kai Tianen said in disdain. Obviously, Tuoba Yuan did not manage to stand in a good queue. He chose Long Fei, not Zhan Wushuang. It was also because of this that he was suppressed and exiled. Tuoba Yuan smiled slightly. I do not know if Zhan Wushuang is on the right path or not, but I do know that his mental skills are incorrect. As for Long Fei, his potential and talent is far stronger than Zhan Wushuang's. He had investigated Long Fei before. In just a few short years, he had grown to such a terrifying level. You dare to say that such a person is talented and has poor potential? Kai Tianen laughed. Is your talent stronger than Zhan Wushuang's? A trash with a broken pubes is just someone you would want. What qualifications does such a person have to enter the Tower question of God? To Obi-Yuan, I suggest that you understand the situation and not even know how you died. His voice turned cold. Killing intent exploded out. To Obi-Yuan asked coldly, "What? Do you still want to kill me?" Kai Tianan smiled slightly. "So what if I killed you? Anyone who could become Zhan Wushuang's obstacle could be killed." This was the Tower Lord's exact words. "Kill you? Humph, do you think I don't dare?" The expression in Tu Obi-Yuan's eyes changed. If the Tower Question of God's Tower Master said this, then the number of floors Zhan Wushuang had broken through probably. Tu Obi-Yuan said slightly. "Which floor has Zhan Wushuang passed now?" Kai Tianan laughed complacently. "You have already broken through the 70th floor this morning, so you will be eligible to enter the ancient holy battlefield in 30 more floors. To Obi-Yuan, do you know now that you've chosen the wrong thing? 70 levels?" Tu Obi-Yuan's eyes tightened as he muttered to himself. To have achieved such an accomplishment in just a short year's time, in the past 10,000 years, he was the first to do so. This is too terrifying. He couldn't help but be shocked. Zhan Wushuang's explosive strength was astonishing. Looking at Tu Obi-Yuan's shocked expression, Kai Tianan laughed complacently. "Now you know how terrifying it is?" Zhan Wushuang entering the ancient holy battlefield was already a foregone conclusion. Moreover, the Tower Lord had predicted that he would bring unparalleled honor and glory to the Chaos Realm. "Are you going to stop me now?" Tu Obi-Yuan laughed. "Ha ha ha. His talent is indeed terrifying. But, 9 secret warrior family, do you think that it's an ordinary family? You do not understand this family, nor do you understand Zhan Wushuang. No matter what level he broke through to now, I will persevere in my choice. Zhao Kong, wait for them." Tu Obi-Yuan's heart tightened. He was gambling. He was betting everything on Long Fei. Tu Obi-Yuan secretly thought in his heart, "Long Fei, do not disappoint me, I will bet everything on you." Kai Tiannan's eyes were filled with anger as he said solemnly, "Tu Obi-Yuan, don't refuse a toast and don't eat a forfeit." Tu Obi-Yuan said, "Second Elder, you should know what you have done yourself. If I were to tell you what you have done, he." Kai Tianan frowned and shouted, "How long are you going to wait?" Zhao Kong also asked, "Second Elder, you need to have a time limit for us too. We can't just keep waiting, right? There are still other disciples taking the examination here." Kai Tianan replied, "Half an hour." Tu Obi-Yuan replied, 2 hours. 1 hour. Kai Tianan shouted, "If Long Fei and the others still do not appear after an hour, then they do not have the qualifications to continue with the assessment. And you are never allowed to enter the Tower Question of God." "Humph. To Obi-Yuan, I will report what happened today to the Tower Master. Just you wait." Kai Tianan slightly shouted. Tu Obi-Yuan did not speak further. He could only buy Long Fei an hour. This was his limit. Moreover, as long as Long Fei did not appear, then he would have lost his last hope. If he wanted to turn the tables, he had to rely on Long Fei. As Long Fei enters the Tower Question of God and breaks through the 100th floor, he will be able to crush everything. He was very clear in his heart that Zhan Wushuang's mental skills were not right. His heart was filled with evil. It was definitely not a good thing for such a person to enter the ancient holy battlefield. If he wanted to compete with Long Fei, although Long Fei had a murderous heart, he at least had a clear conscience and could do it with fairness. Time passed by second. Half an hour passed. Long Fei did not appear. Kai Tiannan's face revealed a cold smile. "To Obi-Yuan, you're going to lose soon, and you want to borrow that brat's power? You made the wrong choice, ha ha." Tu Obi-Yuan slightly closed his eyes and did not speak. His palms were drenched in cold sweat. Another 10 minutes passed. Long Fei still had not appeared. The pleased smile on Kai Tiannan's face became wider, and he started to hum a little tune. "Time is almost up," Tu Obi-Yuan thought in his heart. "Could it be? Am I going to lose?" If Long Fei did not appear, he would have lost. Because someone who was unable to enter the tower question of God was unable to turn him around, which could also mean that he had chosen the wrong thing. Another 10 minutes passed. Kai Tianen laughed. Tuoba Yuan, there's only 10 minutes left. If you don't appear now, you know what the consequences will be. This time it wasn't just exile. It might even take his life. Tuoba Yuan looked up into the sky and muttered, Maybe it's my Tuoba Yuan's life. One choice was wrong, and that was to die for all eternity. But Zhan Wushuang will never bring any glory to the tower question of God. What a pity! No one would listen to him. There's only 1 minute left. Kai Tianen laughed proudly. Tuoba Yuan, admit defeat, ha ha. Tuoba Yuan let out a light breath, looked at Kai Tianen and said, Help me tell the Tower Master, thank him for raising me for all these years. From today onwards, I Tuoba Yuan. He no longer had the qualifications to stay in the tower question of Goddess. He did not regret choosing Long Fei. Now he had no choice. Kai Tianen laughed complacently. He became incomparably excited when he saw the depressed look on Tuoba Yuan's face. However, just as Tuoba Yuan was about to say that he had left the tower question of God, a voice came from afar. I'm back. Chapter 1450, The Great Bullying. Chapter 1450. The Great Bullying, I'm back. There were 3 people standing at the entrance of the martial arts practice field. Long Fei, Nangong Yen, Yi Jingyun. Tuoba Yuan's eyes shook, revealing an excited smile. However, Kai Tiannan's brows tightened, and his expression was extremely displeased. His eyes were filled with anger, and he said in a heavy voice, It's been so long since we've returned. Do you think this is your house? Moreover, the 3 of you are clearly at the foot of the mountain. Why are you still not returning? Kai Tianen said sternly. Long Fei walked over and said indifferently, If I came in advance, wouldn't I not be able to see how worried the second elder actually is about us? This really surprises us. Second elder, don't worry. From today onwards, we will never let you worry about us again. Long Fei had a proud smile on his face. Kai Tianen squinted his eyes and stared at Long Fei coldly. Tuoba Yuan smiled. Second clan elder, he has returned in time, there is no need for us to disturb their assessment. In his heart, he was extremely displeased. With a cold laugh, he said, Tuoba Yuan, don't be complacent, I will report everything that has happened today to the Tower Master truthfully. The choice you made, you will have to pay the price for yourself. Then, Kai Tianen glanced at Long Fei coldly and said, Brat, you have just started, don't worry, I will always be concerned about you. After which, his figure blurred and he disappeared from the spot. Tuoba Yuan slowly let out a breath of air. Long Fei had returned, but he was going to face even more pressure, confrontation, and all sorts of dangerous things. He wasn't sure if he could last until the end. Since he had made his choice, he could only choose to trust Long Fei. Tuoba Yuan walked in front of Long Fei and said, No matter what happens, you have to endure it. Your goal in coming to the tower question of God is not to fight with anyone, but to break through the tower question of God and enter the ancient holy battlefield. Remember, any kind of suppression is a form of experience for you. These things will become incomparably pale and laughable when you break through the ancient holy battlefield. Long Fei, do your best. Tuoba Yuan patted Long Fei's shoulder. He valued Long Fei a lot. Ever since Long Fei had refined the Tathagata divine pellet, he had always regarded it with importance. Long Fei said in a heavy voice, I will remember the elder's words. This disciple will remember them. Tuoba Yuan smiled lightly. Long Fei asked, Clan Elder, where is Clan Elder Wang Shishir? Is she all right? Tuoba Yuan was startled. After a few seconds of hesitation, he said, I don't know, but I know one thing, if you can rush into the tower question of God, if you can get good results from the tower question of God, I believe she will appear in front of you. Long Fei, you must do your best. Let those people who have looked down on you open their eyes wide and look, you are truly awesome. Do you understand? Wang Shishir had been suppressed, but he did not know where he was right now. However, he knew that as long as Long Fei managed to achieve a good result, Wang Shishir would be able to let it out safe and sound. Long Fei's heart trembled. He was not stupid. He was naturally able to understand the meaning behind Tu Obayuan's words. He silently thought in his heart, whoever dares to make things difficult for my big sister fairy, I'll overturn him. Go for it, Tu Obayuan laughed, and then disappeared into the sky in a flash. Long Fei was startled. Why is he disappearing in the different direction from the second elder? One of the disciples said, You still don't know? The third elder has already been expelled by the Tower Question of God. He's not even comparable to a low-level elder. Long Fei's heart tightened, and his fists involuntarily tightened. This feeling was very hard to bear. The people who had helped him were being suppressed and expelled one by one. It was as if he was the bane of the heavens, and it was not only against him, but also against the people around him. Bring it on. All of you, come at me. I will shatter you with my fist. Long Fei looked up at the sky. Half an hour later, Zhao Kong said slightly, Since the three of you arrived later than the others, your examination results are halved. Nangong Yen has 50 points. Yi Jingyun has 50 points. As for Long Fei, you slaughtered a fellow sect member in the ice and snow plain. This is not allowed by the Tower Question of God. Your assessment this time, 10 points. If Long Fei was given 0 points, he wouldn't be able to continue. The top scorer in history only had the right to take the test once in a while. In the exchange between Kai Tianan and Tu Obayuan, Long Fei had still managed to get back at him in time. If Tu Obayuan won, he could no longer give him 0 points, and could only let Long Fei continue his assessment. Yi Jingyun immediately said, If not for young Master Long, we would all be dead inside. Elder Yu. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Long Fei pulled Yi Jingyun and said, This disciple will remember the elder's teachings. Zhao Kong said, I'll give you 10 points, are you convinced? Long Fei replied, Disciple is convinced. Yi Jingyun was pulled by Long Fei and asked, Young Master Long, on what basis? Why should I give you 10 points? This is obviously lowering your score. If it wasn't for you, we would all be dead inside. Why should I? Was very angry in his heart. Nangong Yen also had an angry face and said, This is too bullying. Zhao Kong sneered and said, If you all feel that my punishment is unfair, and think that you are bullying others, you all can choose to give up the assessment. I will absolutely not stop you, and will personally send you down the mountain. They just couldn't wait for Long Fei and the others to give up. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, Clan Elder, I will continue to do so. Don't worry about us leaving. He pulled Yi Jingyun and Nangong Yen. The more he targeted Chu Feng, the more he wanted to show off and fiercely slap his face back. Zhao Kong laughed. Very good, you need to be clear. This is the Tower Question of God's assessment grounds. I am your examiner, so whatever I say is what it is. If anyone dares to disobey, humph, I will let him know of my methods. Dismissed today. The 5th round of the assessment will begin tomorrow. Young Master Long, I can't even swallow your words. This is too bullying. Bullying isn't the same. What do you mean by giving me 10 points? They destroyed the secret world's exit, and now that we are out, they are in a bad mood. Did they mess with his sister or did they play with his mother? Yi Jingyun was filled with anger. Nangong Yen looked at Long Fei and said, The Tower Question of God indeed have a way to enter the ancient holy battlefield, but we don't need to suffer such grievances. Long Fei, if you... Without waiting for Nangong Yen to finish, Long Fei smiled lightly and interrupted him. Don't worry, the more they obstruct me, the more it means that they are afraid of me. Against me? I will slap it back. I will go all out for the next assessment, Long Fei said heavily. His heart was filled with overflowing rage, but he had to persevere on. Chapter 1451 Heaven Destroyer, Solitary Star. Chapter 1451 Heaven Destroyer, Solitary Star. The Tower Question of God had many secrets that he wanted to know. Father's secret, something left behind by this body's father. And there was also the secret of the goddess Tyr. It was now regarding the matter between the big sister fairy and to Obayuan. Long Fei had to continue. At night, Long Fei practiced all kinds of skills, sword techniques, and even checked the results of practicing the two major bases of the Heavenly Court and the Infernal Realm. He had never been so serious about anything before. Since he wanted to do it, then do your best. Unfair? Everywhere? All sorts of obstructions, all sorts of pressure? A punch shattered. Boom! Light speed sword. Long Fei moved. The heaven-decimating fist in his hands thrust it out 1,000 times in a short moment. A golden light flashed in the air, as if it was shattering. Ding! Proficiency +2, ding! Proficiency +2, Long Fei was crazily cultivating. The next morning, he came to the training grounds early to gather. Zhao Kong walked to the stage and lightly said, "The 5th round's assessment, Beast Question of God. You will be sent to a special secret world. The demon beasts of the secret world are all rampant and rampaging about. They are all extremely powerful. Whoever can kill the Beast Question of God in the shortest amount of time will get the best results in this round. The best score in the history of this round of examination is 10 hours and 3 minutes, the record set by Zhan Wushuang. Whoever can break this record will get extra points." The disciples below were all shocked. 10 hours. How is that possible? Beast Question of God are not ordinary demon beast, but super monster that were specially bred by them, and they are almost comparable to divinity's demon beast. Zhan Wushuang is indeed the #1 genius of the Chaos Realm. To be able to complete the examination in such a short amount of time, it's simply too terrifying. Below the stage, discussions were low. The secret world was huge, and it was extremely difficult to find even one Beast Question of God. Killing one within 10 hours was even more difficult. He had to say it. Zhan Wushuang's result was extremely impressive. Yi Jingyun said softly, "Elder, after we entered the secret world, there shouldn't be any problems with the exit of the secret world, right?" Everyone was shocked. It was a serious problem, but what if it happened again? Everyone looked at Zhao Kong. Zhao Kong's eyes stared straight at Yi Jingyun and shouted, "Where did all this nonsense come from? I said before, if the 3 of you didn't want to take the examination, I would absolutely not stop you and would personally send you down the mountain." Yi Jingyun laughed and said, "I am only asking, so of course I will continue." "Humph! If you continue to cause trouble like this, be careful of my punishment." Zhao Kong snorted, looked at the oracle disciples, and said slightly, "Open secret realm entrance." Yi Zichen's eyes twitched. The 2 oracles nodded in understanding. Buzz! The secret world's door opened. Zhao Kong said slightly, "All of you can enter. Remember, you can only go in for a day at the most, and if you pass for more than a day, your examination results will all be deemed unsatisfactory. Do you understand?" One disciple after another rushed into the secret world. They were also worried about what Yi Jingyun had said, but they were more worried that they would be thrown away like trash by the Tower Question of God. Tower Question of God were their chance to soar into the sky in a single leap. They absolutely could not miss this chance. Even if they knew that the secret world's exit would be sealed, they had no choice. Just like Long Fei. He knew very well in his heart that the next tests would be done to target him, but he had no choice but to face it. All disciples enter secret world. Zhao Kong laughed coldly and said, Die inside. HNG. And then he flashed in the air and landed in Second Elder Kai Tiannan's courtyard not long after. Have you settled the things I asked you to do? Kai Tiannan asked coldly. What happened yesterday made him very unhappy. Zhao Kong nodded his head. According to your instructions, beast question of goddess are the strongest so far of them. Only one of them has reached the semi-realistic realm, and Long Phase Group are not even enough to fill the gaps in our teeth. Watch carefully, I can guarantee that they will never come out. And Zhao Kong laughed heartily. I have collected half of Long Fei's qi. The moment Long Fei gets within 1,000 kilometers of that semi-god beast question of God, he will immediately be detected, and will enter the berserk mode to ruthlessly tear Long Fei apart. He will definitely not be able to live. You have to do everything you can. This was Zhao Kong's way of doing things. Kai Tiannan was very satisfied and laughed. Ha ha. Well done, once this is done, I will let you level up. Zhao Kong was ecstatic and immediately said, Thank you, sir. Kai Tiannan laughed and said disdainfully, To Obi-Wan, you want to fight with me? Your choice? Humph. I'll squash him like an ant. In the secret world, this was a huge mountain range that stretched off into the distance. From time to time, there would be thrilling roars coming from the depths of the mountain. Just hearing these roars caused one's heart to tremble, and one could not help but feel fear. All the disciples were standing at the foot of the mountain. My cultivation has reached the Son of God ranking realm. Does anyone want to form a team with me? Only with everyone united can we fight against the beast question of God. I promise we will each have one beast question of God, and then we will all go out together. I'm a alchemy master, and I can provide a steady stream of medicinal pellets. I am beast trainer. Many disciples quickly formed a team. In a place like this, where the beast question of God were so brutal, the only way they could do it was to team up. This was the only way to deal with the beast question of God. However, none of them invited Long Fei and the other two. Yi Jingyun had looked for them a few times, but had always brought ridicule upon himself, so no one was willing to go with them. Young Master Long, it's not that we don't want to be together with you, but you know that a lot of elders do not like you. If we stay together with you, it will definitely affect our result. A disciple laughed. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up, and didn't take it seriously. Kill the demon beast? Did he still need to form a team? He stood still at the foot of the mountain because he was excited. He could smell the smell of experience in the air. Didn't they send me experience? Could it be that I need to level up after finding it? The surrounding disciples quickly formulated their hunting plans. There were only 3 people left standing there alone. Nangong Yen asked, What should we do? Long Fei slightly smiled, looked at the towering mountain that looked like a primordial beast, and said, Let's go! With one step, he jumped into the dense forest. Many people began to laugh. Just go in like that? Courting death. He doesn't even know what kind of demon beast they are. If he goes in like this, he's definitely seeking death. Who cares? In any case, he will not be able to live for long. Going against an elder, isn't that just courting death? As long as we stay away from Long Fei, we'll be fine. Long Fei was a celestial destroyer star. Whoever approached it was unlucky. It's your turn to go on stage. It's your turn to go on stage, rumble. A giant beast the size of a mountain roared, uprooting a large tree and slamming it down heavily. Long Fei flashed and shouted, Be careful! Yi Jingyun's reaction was slightly slower, and was immediately swept away by the powerful force. Nangong Yen thrusted the holy artifact sword in his hand. A successful sneak attack? Shwa! Behind the demon beast's neck, a sword pierced down, but, however, the tip of the sword did not pierce into the flesh, but only slightly cut the wound. There was no way to break through it. The demon beast glared at him, then suddenly turned around and swung its right arm. Voila! Piercing the air, his right arm heavily slapped onto Nangong Yan's body. Unable to resist the force, he was instantly sent flying. Young Master Long, this guy is too strong. What is it? It can't be that the meat of all the demon beasts in Secret World is like this, right? Is the beast question of God stronger than this guy? What should we do? Yi Jingyun's face showed fear. The demon beast in front of them was too ferocious, and it was not their target either. If it was a beast question of God, how strong would it be? It was hard to imagine. Nangong Yan crawled up from the ground, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and said, "The defenses on his back are stronger. This guy doesn't have any blind spots at all." Long Fei stared at the gigantic demon beast. No blind spot. This demon beast that they had encountered in the forest was extremely powerful, regardless of intelligence, reaction, speed, strength, or defense. It did not have any blind spots. Just like an omnipotent being. Nangong Yan said, "This secret world was created by a former powerhouse of the Tower Question of God. The demon beast inside also came from the same Tower Question of God, and many of them are perfect existences. Right now, I'm still a little suspicious of how Zhan Wushuang managed to kill Beast Question of God in 10 hours. That's simply not possible." Nangong Yan asked doubtfully. They could not even deal with a single demon beast, let alone a Beast Question of God. It was too difficult. Yi Jingyun said, "That guy is abnormal." They didn't know about the relationship between Zhan Wushuang and Long Fei. Huff! Long Fei exhaled slightly, took a step forward, and the magma on his body began to ignite, forming a line of light. The so-called perfect demon beast is just that its power is not in place. There is no such thing as perfect person in this world. Even the gods of Main Temple are the same. My strength isn't enough to crush him. Perfect demon beast? If a human is not perfect, then what about demon beast? Just like formations, breaking one's formation might have a trick up its sleeve, but the simplest and most crude method was to use absolute crushing force to smash down. It was the same for the demon beast in front of him. Calming down, Long Fei moved his right hand, heaven-decimating sword. Buzz! The heaven-decimating sword was summoned and ignited in Long Fei's hand. It turned into a ball of fire and the magmatic fruit on Long Fei's body was activated. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister, schwa. His figure moved and the flames shot out. One slash. The Hellfire Lotus's aura moved, and the sword chi of heaven-decimating sword mountain raged, shooting out violently. In addition to the king's domineering aura from the magmatic fruit. Boom, boom! It heavily pierced the demon beast's body, causing 2 bloody holes to appear on its body as it let out a series of painful screams. Light speed sword. Die! In the blink of an eye, the heaven-decimating sword transformed into a bolt of lightning as it swiftly struck out. Long Fei's figure was also crazily jumping and flashing. He couldn't even see clearly. It was as if there were countless Long Fei's in the air. Boom! Long Fei stood behind the demon beast and pierced through it. He retracted his sword and laughed. KO! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swish, swish, swish. Countless cracks appeared on the demon beast's body. Once Long Fei finished speaking, its entire body quickly split open, and the blood on its head also flowed down in a flash. Violent kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing level 9 peak demon beast 4, obtaining 80 million EXP, 39,000 holy source points, 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining demon beast. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the demon beast core. The system sounded out a few simple beeps. Long Fei was secretly shocked. Such high experience, seems like this is really a good place to level up, and is also a good place for me to cultivate Light Speed Sword. Light Speed Sword was still not fast enough. Up until now, he had yet to reach level 1 in a row. Long Fei was not satisfied. However, Nangong Yen and Yi Jingyun, who were standing to the side, were dumbfounded, and they shouted at the same time, "Abnormal!" Long Fei said, "You two, hurry up and catch up, I'm going to loot everything in this mountain range." Huh! Yi Jingyun stared blankly for a moment, then asked, "Young Master Long, what are you planning to do this time?" Nangong Yen muttered to himself as he watched Long Fei's figure leap away, "I really can't see through you." Rumble! 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 There were beasts roaring in the dense forest. Their footsteps were like thunder, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. The demon beasts were all going crazy. How did he die? Just who's messing around? The demon beast had fallen into a berserk state. Who exactly is it? Many disciples had stupefied expressions. They didn't know what had happened. "Young Master Long, this won't do. If this goes on, I will be scared to death." Yi Jingyun continued to run as he shouted, "Young Master Long, you're here. You're here." He really did not understand. However, he didn't need to think about it when he was with Long Fei. He only needed to do as Long Fei said. In another place, Nangong Yen also shouted loudly and said, it's here, this way. Over here. And there is still one more beast question of God, Long Fei, can you bear it?" In Long Fei's direction. He had also attracted a large group of demon beasts. Half of the mountain range's demon beast had already been attracted by them. Amongst the group of demon beast behind him, there was also an incomparably huge beast question of God, which was abnormally angry. The three of them gathered. Long Fei immediately shouted, "All of you, retreat!" Then, the moment his idea moved, it immediately transformed into a powerful blast that shot out, pulling back the three waves of demon beasts' hatred. With a heavy roar, he shouted, "Come! Retreat! How can that be? If you want to go crazy together, die together. We will die together." Yi Jingyun became excited. The heaven-decimating art in Long Fei's hands moved, flames ignited, and he moved as fast as lightning. "Then let's go crazy together." Light speed sword. 10,000 swords of thunder. Dozens of crescent-shaped sword chi burst out from the heaven-decimating sword, slashing madly and going all out with all their might. He began to go crazy. Finally, exhausted, Long Fei was still fighting. Huff, huff, huff. Long Fei was satisfied as he roared out in his heart, satisfying. "Bring it on. Red Hair, it's your turn." Chapter 1453 Stealing from Me? Do you think you are worthy of it? Chapter 1453 Stealing from Me? Do you think you are worthy of it? Boom! Red hair, black cloak, a knife in his hand. Buzz! He exuded a domineering aura. A visible ripple shot out, and all the demon beasts were stunned for half a second. It was also at this moment. A devilish laughter rang out, ha ha ha, ah ha ha ha. With the release of Miss Mo's big move, a burst of bullets caused countless of critical damage. Boom! A large group of figures appeared on the call card and quickly pounced forward. Yi Jingyun was dumbfounded. Are these aliens? All of them are extremely weird. Look at their hair, their eyes, and Gu Dong, that woman with the gun, wow. I've never seen such a sexy woman. Yi Jingyun gulped down his saliva. Miss Misfortune's chest, her perky hips, could have killed any man in an instant. Long Fei immediately knocked Yi Jingyun awake. Don't think too much, she's mine. I really want to have something to do with her. However, 5 minutes a day. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. What can you do? It was really too short. Regarding this, the resentment in Long Fei's heart was just too deep. However, the system was the system. Even if one's resentment was too deep, it would not be able to change it for them. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of system beep continuously echoed. A demon beast was equivalent to several millions of experience points. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, Chun Stage Level 7. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, 29. The instant of upgrading. A surge of warmth flowed into his heart, and his body felt scorching hot as energy surged within him. Very good. Upgrading is great, I'm already at level 7. Long Fei grinned and laughed excitedly. I'm just 3 levels away from the Great Perfection stage. After the stage, there was no higher level. There were just some rankings. Heaven, Earth, and Human rankings. However, these 3 boards only had 300 people on it, and with Long Fei's cultivation, it should not be a problem. The tiredness on Long Fei's body was all swept away as his neck emitted a cracking sound. After leveling up, his health point and the value of his spiritual academy had all recovered. He then looked at the surrounding demon beast and grinned. It's my turn again! In the heavenly court, the time for the call card S in hell was up. They instantly disappeared and entered the cooldown time. Long Fei stood up. The heaven-decimating orb in his hands dragged the ground as sparks flew in all directions. Once again, he charged into the group of demon beasts and roared out, "Kill!" Light speed sword. His figure moved like lightning, sweeping across madly. The valley ahead. I can already feel the aura of the beast question of God. It must be right in front of us. Ha ha! If the beast question of Goddess were killed by me, then I would surpass Zhan Wushuang and become the first in history, ha. Are you dreaming? Beast question of God are much stronger than you can imagine, and their intelligence is higher than human beings. Do you think you can kill them? Several small teams approached Long Fei. It had not even been 2 hours since they had entered the secret world. If anyone could kill the beast question of God, they would be the first person in history. Zhan Wushuang took 10 hours. Killing it in 2 hours was too terrifying. Boom! The Sword of Light. Explode. Long Fei's body had several deep wounds that could be seen through to the bone. His entire body was covered in fresh blood as the power of the Sun God's authentic artifact exploded out from the heaven-decimating sword. It pierced through the heart of a beast question of God. Boom! The beast question of God's huge body suddenly fell to the ground. At the same time, the other beast question of God threw out a heavy punch, not giving Long Fei any time to flip the sky upside down. Yi Jingyan forced himself to go. Boom! Yi Jingyun's body sank and fell down from the sky. This beast question of God was even more ferocious. Its power was even stronger. Yi Jingyun's cultivation could not handle it, and directly fainted. Long Fei took out his heaven-decimating sword, staring straight at the beast question of God, his eyes filled with killing intent. Move against my brother, I will take your life. Shua. With a flip of his left hand, the pure lotus demon fire moved. Raise the lotus under your feet. He leapt into the air and slammed his palm down. Boom! With a sweep of his arms, Long Fei took the chance and leaped back into the air. Both of his hands gripped the heaven-decimating sword tightly as he looked down from above and slashed out with the sword, heaven-decimating slash. The sword aura extended for 100 miles. Flames soared to the sky, crazily burning the void. A destructive stream of power poured down, slashing down heavily along the beast question of God's head. Unparalleled strength. Rumble! The beast question of God's body split into 2. The system also chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 150 million experience points when killing beast question of God, 50,000 holy source points, and 1 energy values point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Heavenly Blood Vein. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Heavenly Demon Core. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Perfect Strike Sword skill to release and cultivate. The system exploded. Long Fei landed on the ground from midair and panted heavily. The entire valley was filled with the corpses of demon beast, and he had finally dealt with all of them. Huff, huff, huff. Long Fei panted like an ox and muttered, "This beast question of God is really not an ordinary strong one. If not for the heavenly court, the powerhouse on those cards in hell would have consumed most of their HP." Nangong Yen was also a little weak as he asked, "Long Fei, how are you doing?" Long Fei shook his head and said, "I'm fine, I'll go look for Yi Jingyun first." Yi Jingyun helped Long Fei defend against the attack. After that punch, Long Fei was afraid that he was already dead. At this moment, a wave of people appeared in the valley. Looking at the heads of the two beast question of God, their eyes glowed with greed. Long Fei immediately stood up, and his lips curled into a cold smile. Nangong Yen also realized that the dangerous aura around was getting stronger and stronger. The head of the beast question of God, in just 2 short hours, he had acquired it. Whoever could obtain it would become the #1 tower question of God. This temptation was too great. Long Fei said coldly, "I will only say this, if you want to steal from me, first consider whether your own weight is sufficient enough or not. I will only give you one chance." Stealing the fruits of victory? Long Fei would never be merciful. Moreover, being oppressed by the elders of the Tower question of God and subjected to all sorts of unfair treatment, Long Fei's stomach had long been engulfed in flames. Now, even these examination disciples want to bully him? Grandma! At this time, a disciple walked out with a sinister sneer on his face and said, "Long Fei, you're already like this, what else can you do? Brothers, there is only one chance. Whoever can snatch the beast question of God's head will be the #1 person in the tower question of God. Snatch." Chapter 1454, Semi-God Monster. Chapter 1454, Semi-God Monster. Wealth comes from danger. Evil arose from the edge of courage. Everyone had their own greed. If someone could obtain the beast question of God's head, they would be the first to leave, and they would definitely cause a huge commotion, and even gain the qualifications to enter the tower question of God. It was because of this round of the examination that the high elders of the tower question of God noticed Zhan Wushuang. To be able to break Zhan Wushuang's record, how powerful must he be? Who doesn't want it? Wasn't coming to the tower question of God to be superior? All of them were peerless geniuses, and none of them were willing to lower themselves to others. Facing the beast question of God's head, no one would let go of this perfect opportunity. Long Fei was heavily injured, Yi Jingyun had fainted, and Nangong Yen was extremely weak. At this time, they didn't have to be afraid at all. With an order, 2 groups of people rushed towards Xiang Longfei. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, his murderous intent rising. "I will endure being bullied by the elders, but you guys, you want to bully me? I can't tolerate it." Boom! Instantly, Long Fei's body changed. Bedevilment. Buzz! Immediately turning into a magic body, a demonic god's power exploded out, forming a thunderous pressure. The demonic god's 9 tribulations sword moved, slashing out continuously. Shwa! 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 The demonic shadow was like a ghost as it slashed out continuously with the 9 tribulations sword. Every single sword was instantly killed, and every single one of its strikes was incomparably cruel, not holding back at all. Long Fei was indeed heavily injured. But the magic body is a different body, and is not restricted by the real face at all, and once the magic body comes out, that was berserk, berserk. Ding! Ding! In just 3 seconds, the entire valley had become quiet. Not a single sound could be heard, even a pin drop could be heard. Long Fei's voice exploded out, roaring towards the sky, "Let them come again!" He was venting crazily. "I'm so unhappy." Nangong Yen looked at Long Fei's magic body and his heart shook. Enchanted? Is there still a demon inside his body? Huff! Long Fei moved back into the real face. Looking at Nangong Yan's stupefied face, he said, "Bring him out first, I still have things I need to do. Take the heads of these two beast question of God with you. This secret world was too dangerous. Moreover, from the very beginning of the first round of examination, there had been people targeting Long Fei at every turn. It was just as those disciples had said, he was the lone star of the heavens, the one who followed him would be the unlucky one." Nangong Yen wanted to refuse. Long Fei ordered, "Listen to me." Nangong Yen clenched his teeth, nodded and said, "Be careful." Half an hour later. Buzz. The secret world's door suddenly twisted. Nangong Yen supported Yi Jingyun and walked out of the secret world. The surrounding oracle were stunned. A oracle immediately said, "It's not time yet, you're not allowed to come out. You guys." There was only one way to leave the secret world, and that was to use the seal of the beast question of God's head to open the door. Nangong Yen didn't say much and directly took the two beast question of God's heads out from within the space ring and coldly said, "Is that enough?" The expressions of all the oracles changed. Beast question of God? This is impossible. It's only been 3 hours, it's impossible for him to be so fast. None of them believed it. However, the two gigantic beast question of God heads on the stage were dripping with blood. The blood was still warm, it was clear that they had just killed it, there was no way they were cheating. He had no choice but to believe it. Nangong Yen laughed disdainfully. "What's this? Zhan Wushuang is very powerful? He doesn't even have the qualifications to carry Long Fei's shoes." A ball of fire was also suppressed in Nangong Yan's heart, and he felt injustice for Long Fei. Zhan Wushuang is very powerful? 10 hours to complete the beast question of God hunting mission? Long Fei had only used 2 hours, and it was to kill 2 of them. Those oracles were shocked speechless. A oracle quickly ran out. Zhao Kong was in his room studying the sword techniques that he had just received. Just as he was thinking about it, a oracle suddenly ran in. His face immediately changed, his eyes sinister as he shouted, "You're courting death." That oracle's face sank and he said, "Sir, someone broke through to secret world." Zhao Kong's eyes moved, his pupils constricted as he asked, "Who?" For some reason, Long Fei's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Oracle answered, "It's Nangong Yen and Yi Jingyun." Zhao Kong's heart relaxed and he said, "Long Fei still hasn't come out?" He did not care about anyone else, he only cared about Long Fei. His arrangement this time could be said to be watertight and was specifically aimed at Long Fei. Oracle answered, "No, but Nangong Yen said something strange." "What do you mean?" The boulder in Zhao Kong's heart fell. He was no longer worried. He was fine as Long Fei had not come out. Oracle answered, "She said that Zhan Wushuang is not even qualified to carry Long Fei's shoes? I think those two beast question of God were both killed by Long Fei." Zhao Kong's expression changed and he immediately said, "Follow me to take a look." He walked to the martial arts arena. Zhao Kong carefully examined the two beast question of God, then looked at Nangong Yen and Yi Jingyun, and said slightly, "Are these demon beasts that you two have hunted yourselves?" His expression was very indifferent. It was very calm. Because these two beast question of God were the lowest level of beast question of God, the beast question of God he arranged for them was a beast king question of God, and its strength was several times stronger than this kind of low-level beast question of God. Nangong Yen asked, "Am I that important to hunt on my own? I brought it out anyway." "Humph." Zhao Kong coldly snorted and said, "The results of the two of you are provisional. I will report this to the elders before I make my decision." Zhan Wushuang was a precious pimple in the elders' hearts. If his results were to be broken, many people would not be happy, so he definitely would not let anyone break Zhan Wushuang's record. Nangong Yen did not know what Zhao Kong was thinking in his heart. In the secret world, Long Fei walked as fast as he could. He needed experience. He needed the attacks of various powerful demon beasts to temper his body, and he needed to become stronger. The reason why he did not bring the beast question of God's head out was because this was a super instance dungeon. Shwa, whoosh whoosh, Long Fei walked into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the Sleeping Beauty stretched her back and said, "I slept so comfortably." He. Master, do you miss me? Long Fei was just about to speak. The Sleeping Beauty's expression changed slightly. Where is this? Huh. It's very strange to have a demon beast here. Master. It's so close. In addition, it instantly went into a state of rage. Does it have a grudge with you? The Sleeping Beauty asked curiously. Semi-realistic realms demon beast? Infuriated in an instant, Long Fei muttered. When the idea moved, he could not feel the existence of the demon beast at all. This fellow was far more powerful than they had imagined. It was completely outside the range of his senses. Long Fei's expression changed and said, "How close is it to me?" The Sleeping Beauty paused for half a second, then said, "Well, right behind you." Long Fei turned around. With a slight glance, he could see that the sunlight above his head had been blocked out. A huge black shadow shrouded him, and the depths of his eyes shone with a golden radiance. His entire body was filled with a faint aura of a divine spark. Semi-god monster. Super boss. Chapter 1455 is very strong, very big, I like it. Chapter 1455 is very strong, very big, I like it. Sleeping Beauty was a very special existence. Every time she woke up, she would have to deal with something. The reason he woke up this time was because she could smell the faint aura of a divine spark. Semi-god monster. Only, she woke up a little slowly. When she said those words, it covered the sky and the sun. An incomparably huge demon beast body suddenly stood up and stared blankly at Long Fei, who was like an ant on the ground. His eyes were filled with disdain. At the same time, it was still in a berserk state, and the aura emitted from its entire body was even more intense, as if it wanted to pinch Long Fei until he exploded. Damn! Long Fei looked up and his body involuntarily trembled. Not afraid. He was excited. Long Fei muttered, "How big the F***ck is this demon beast?" So excited. The demon beast's body was like a mountain, its appearance was like a giant Buddha, all of its fur were like needles, and its aura was extremely wild, making it hard to approach. If Long Fei did not have the Azura body and the Yang God's authentic artifacts power aura, he would not be able to withstand the pressure from this beast king question of God. In an instant, Long Fei thought crazily, "I have to think of a way to kill it. Explode it?" The Sleeping Beauty was stunned for a moment before she said lightly, "I feel like you are not blowing it up, but running away." Long Fei said, "Escape? Why, aren't you omnipotent? You just have to come out and take it out. Why do you have to run away?" The Sleeping Beauty did not speak. Long Fei said, "What method do you have? Hurry up and say it, I can't wait." He really wanted to instantly say that he had overturned the Beast King question of God in front of him. The feeling of it staring at him like that was extremely unpleasant. The Sleeping Beauty said, "Master, I said it already." Long Fei asked, "What method did you say? How come I didn't know?" The Sleeping Beauty said, "Run." Huh! Long Fei was shocked and said, "This is your way?" The Sleeping Beauty said, "That's right, if you don't run now, you won't have a chance to run. You can't even take on the semi-god monster. As for me, who can do anything? I'm not a match for them either." Long Fei. He wanted the Sleeping Beauty to explode once more, but she. Sigh. When a woman reaches a critical moment, she becomes unreliable. Escape. Long Fei coldly snorted, "This is not my Long Fei's style." And then, with a move of the holy source in his mind, the heaven-decimating sword began to burn. With a step forward, he leapt into the air at an incredible speed and roared, "Escaping? I, Long Fei, do not have this word in my dictionary." The sword chopped down. Bo! A crisp sound rang out. It wasn't loud, like the sound of a soap bubble bursting. The heaven-decimating sword in Long Fei's hands, combined with the light-speed sword, was extremely powerful. However, when it struck the body of a beast king question of God, even the defensive air shield on his body could not break it. In other words, before even touching the hairs on his body, it was already blocked by the air shield formed from a strong invisible force. And in just that slight moment, Long Fei's attack was completely crushed. The attack was just like a fart. The demon beast was so strong that it made people's hair stand. Long Fei looked extremely confused, and muttered, "Little sister, where are you escaping to?" They weren't even on the same level. It couldn't be shaken at all. It was too difficult. When the sword slashed down, although it was not Long Fei's strongest point of strength, even if it was his strongest point of strength, it would still not be able to break through his defense. The Sleeping Beauty quipped, "Didn't you not mention the word, escape, in your dictionary?" "Long Fei," the Sleeping Beauty said, "flee deeper into the forest. This fellow still has half of his rage left. During this period of time, you have no chance at all. You must avoid him." "So that's how it is. Like I said, you, an all-powerful girl, must have an idea." Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The Sleeping Beauty said, "Because you just wasted half a minute and you attacked it, it became even angrier. Now, it's going to attack. It's going to attack. Quickly, quickly, quickly run." As he spoke, it was as if he was also running away from Long Fei's space ring. The air suddenly twitched. The air seemed to explode and dissipate. The Beast King question of God extended both of its arms into the air, hugging and furious. Then, it chopped down heavily. Just 2 arms alone was a kilometer long. How big was this gigantic beast's body? Crack! 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 Layers after layers of space was destroyed, heavily smashing at Long Fei, releasing all of his strength, as if Long Fei was his arch-enemy. Holy sh*t. Is there a need for this? Long Fei's gaze tensed up, seeing the black mass of a heavenly meteor falling from the sky. Long Fei's chrysanthemum tightened, and without caring about anything else, she ran out of the room like a madman. Too strong. Too strong. Too powerful. I like it, ha ha. Long Fei ran and was excited at the same time. Rumble. When the Beast King question of God attack landed, the entire mountain range trembled like a huge earthquake. The mountain landslide and the earth split open as countless of demon beasts crawled on the ground from the shock, not daring to even move an inch. However, and because of this, it gave those disciples a chance to take the exam. Kill. It's not moving. Seize the chance, everyone attack. Ha ha. A good chance. This vibration came at just the right time. Don't worry about it too much, let's finish off this beast question of God first. Outside the secret world. Secret World's mouth trembled and twisted, as if he could not take it any more. Zhao Kong's eyes flashed as he laughed coldly. It's starting, ha ha. The semi-god beast king question of God is about to attack. Kid, let's see where you can run to this time. Secret World was dead. It was not particularly large. Moreover, as long as you do not have the beast question of God's skull mark, you will not be able to open the Secret World's exit, and can only wait for death inside. This move. Vicious and ruthless. Zhao Kong was extremely pleased in his heart. Semi-god monster, even the second elder, that kind of super powerhouse, is not his match. He's a giant beast that the Tower question of God nurtured for 3,000 years. It's your honor to die by its hands, haha. Long Fei, the situation must be very intense. The gigantic beast will definitely rip you apart, right? This scene really makes one excited. All sorts of scenes appeared in Zhao Kong's mind, all of them depicting how Long Fei's body had been torn apart by the Beast King question of God. Recalling the promise Kai Tianen gave him, the smile on Zhao Kong's face became even more pleased and excited. Tomorrow, my position will be promoted another level. Ha ha ha! At this moment, inside the secret world, can you slow down a bit? Brother, big brother, give me a chance. Long Fei continued to run wildly. Chapter 1456 Bullshit Urine for 10 hours. Chapter 1456 Bullshit Urine for 10 hours. It was like Ultraman beating up a little monster. But Long Fei was that pitiful little monster, while the Beast King question of God was the furious Ultraman. Long Fei did not have the power to fight back, he could only running. He was very unhappy, but he could not do anything about it. Rumble! 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 The scene was like the end of the world. It was unstoppable, and no one could resist this Beast King question of God. In this entire secret world, he was the absolute king, the ruler. How much longer? Long Fei sweated profusely, and had to use all his strength to dodge the attack a few times. If this went on, he would really be unhappy, and this was the first time he was being crushed like this by a demon beast. Under normal circumstances, he would have been the one to crush the demon beast. The Sleeping Beauty yawned and said, "There are still a few more hours left." Huh! Hours? Then how many hours do I have to run? Long Fei was startled, it was too uncomfortable. The Sleeping Beauty giggled and said, "Master, you can also stop running." Long Fei trembled and said, "Is that possible?" The Sleeping Beauty said, "Of course you can, but you will be beaten into meat paste." Long Fei, can we still play happily now? If the golden cudgel's power was not applied to him, escaping was Long Fei's only option. He would only have a slim chance of survival if he used up the Beast King question of God's raging energy. I'll escape. I'll run with all my might. Long Fei did not want to use the power of the golden cudgel. This was his life-saving talisman. Moreover, he wanted to use the energy from the golden cudgel to deal with Zhan Wushuang and use it to ruthlessly crush him. If it was at full power, would it be able to crush Zhan Wushuang? This was the power that was left to him. Thinking about what had happened in this period of time, Long Fei felt extremely unhappy in his heart. Rumble! Rumble! The secret world was in a complete mess. The huge mountain range was blasted into a flat land, like a missile exploding wildly, completely unable to defend itself. That power, unparalleled in strength. A fist struck down. The ground cracked and rubble flew everywhere. Half of Long Fei's but was almost sliced off. The chrysanthemum retracted, cursing out loud, "Your sister, is your father's chrysanthemum so fragrant?" The Sleeping Beauty giggled and said, "We're about to catch up, we're about to catch up. Master, quickly run. Master, quickly run." He didn't seem nervous at all, just like a little girl. Long Fei was speechless. He screamed with all his might, "Ah!" The Sleeping Beauty seemed to have found a few flowers from nowhere and held them in her hands like a team. "Go master, go master, run master." Long Fei wanted to die. "Fire Unicorn! Come out!" "Boss, I just came out not too long ago. I haven't recovered yet. Let me rest a bit more." The Fire Unicorn's body curled into a ball. He had gone out when he killed those demon beasts. However, he was Long Fei's mount. How could he dare to disobey Long Fei's orders? Without waiting for Long Fei to speak, the Ice Thunderbird realized, "Boss, I also need to rest. Just now I used the greatest amount of strength against that beast question of God. I was too tired." The Fire Unicorn said, "If I hadn't tied it up, what kind of power could you have possibly used?" The Ice Thunderbird said, "Brother Qilin, what you said is not right. Do I, Ice and Lightning, still need your help? The fire unicorn said, So what if you have twin elements of ice and lightning? I possess the fire Qilin sacred blood, so the power of my Qilin arm can sweep through everything. The ice thunderbird said, If you want to come, come. Do I have to be afraid of you? The two war beasts were about to start their battle. Long Fei was immediately speechless. All right, I'll run by myself. Then, Long Fei's idea withdrew. At this moment, the ice thunderbird and the fire unicorn looked at each other and laughed. They clapped and revealed a victorious smile. It was as if his evil scheme had succeeded. Big Brother Qilin, isn't this kind of thing for us to do bad? Boss, it's a bit too much to handle. The ice thunderbird muttered. The fire unicorn laughed. It's all right, who's the boss? I've followed him for so long, but I haven't seen any dangers that could threaten him. And even if we were to leave, with our speed, it would still be useless. The fire unicorn said. It wasn't because they were afraid. Rather, their speed was slower than Long Fei's. If he went out, it would only create unnecessary trouble for Long Fei. Boss, you can do it. Boss, you have to hold on. Ah! Long Fei started to run like a madman. He roared in his heart, Don't give me the chance, otherwise I will make you taste the feeling of being chased. He was frantically fleeing. An hour had passed, and Long Fei had practically circled the entire secret world once. The secret world, that looked like a primal forest, was now in ruins. It was just like the scene when a giant meteor crashed into it. Look, it's Long Fei. Ha ha ha. I've been chased to the point that I'm pissed my pants. What bad luck this is. He deserves it. Who told you to offend an elder? He wouldn't be able to take a small action. He doesn't seem to have killed any beast question of God yet? To be hunted by such a powerful beast question of God, can he even kill beast question of God? It looks like he's going to stop here. Everyone's beast question of God is already in our hands. Let's hurry up and leave. Don't waste time with this trash. He will definitely fail and die here. Only because a lot of people had been suppressed by the Beast King question of God's crazy attacks did they have the chance to kill it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to kill the Beast question of God in such a short amount of time. However, no one thanked Long Fei. Even if Long Fei had saved them from ice and snow plain, no one would come out to help him now when he faced danger. The wall was pushed by everyone. No one was willing to help someone who had offended an elder. Moreover, this was the Chaos Realm, this was reality. Help Long Fei? A cramp had appeared on his head. Long Fei, accompany it and play. Let's go. In any case, your results are still at the bottom, so it's reasonable that you're at the bottom this time. No one will make fun of you, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Then, one by one, they left the secret world. 2 hours later, Long Fei was the only one left in the entire secret world. The Beast King question of God was still crazily chasing after Long Fei. Another 2 hours passed. The aura on the Beast King question of God suddenly weakened a lot as the Berserk aura disappeared. He raged for nearly 10 hours. Long Fei muttered, How long more do we have to wait? His legs were about to break. The Sleeping Beauty said lightly, It's about time. Didn't you comprehend the fitted soul technique? The Table of Contents. Table of Contents. There was nothing he couldn't do. She even knew what Long Fei had dropped like the back of her hand. 9 Dragon Coffin, the person lying in the bronze coffin. If Long Fei had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have suspected that she was a real person. How did he know that he had used Zhan Hongtu's divine arts? The body fusion? Long Fei exclaimed and said, Yes, yes, what's wrong? Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. The Sleeping Beauty was giving him an increasingly mysterious feeling. He was simply an omniscient existence. That absolute zero secret world, what kind of existence was he exactly? Ancient god? Can't do anything? Long Fei didn't have that much time to think about this right now. He could only think of one thing, which was to blow the semi-god monster in front of him away. Long Fei anxiously asked, "Should I use the body fusion to kill him?" The Sleeping Beauty said, "No, use your body fusion to conquer it." "What do you mean?" Long Fei was a little confused. Why did he conquer a demon beast? He did not have any special hobbies, and from the looks of it, the demon beast was also male. Working with demon beastess? F***ck me. The chrysanthemum was about to be crushed. When he thought about that scene, Long Fei felt a wave of nausea. The scene was too childish. The Sleeping Beauty rolled her eyes, stared at Long Fei, and said, "Smelly master, what are you thinking about? I wanted you to use the fitted soul to absorb it. Then you two will establish a relationship." Long Fei asked, "Establish a relationship? Basics? Then you might as well kill me." The Sleeping Beauty rolled her eyes again and said, "Don't you know the cultivation method of your fitted soul? You need to absorb a war beast, and this beast King Question of God is the best war beast. A semi-realistic realm's war beast. As long as you absorb its power, it will be equivalent to you possessing the power of the semi-realistic realm. However, you must establish a trusting relationship with him. Otherwise, you won't be able to fully absorb its power with its personality." Long Fei listened intently, and suddenly realized something, and said, "You should have explained it clearly earlier. You scared my heart out of me. I thought you wanted me to sacrifice myself." The Sleeping Beauty was speechless. Long Fei actually laughed out loud and said, "I was just teasing you." He already knew what the Sleeping Beauty wanted him to do when she told him to use the fitted soul. Seeing the Sleeping Beauty's speechless expression, Long Fei laughed. The Sleeping Beauty said angrily, "Master, you're really bad, too bad, humph." Long Fei said, I was joking. I just needed to adjust the tense atmosphere. I ran for close to 10 hours, and I'm about to fall flat on the ground due to exhaustion. Moreover, you said a few hours at the beginning. How many hours would 10 hours be? Really tired. It was even more tiring than fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. I never thought I'd be able to run that long. Long Fei was tired. That beast King Question of God was also exhausted. After 10 whole hours of rage, it could be said that it had exhausted all of its energy. This was also when his defense was at its weakest. Whether it was the sea of consciousness, the mind, or other things, they were all at their weakest, taking advantage of the situation to enter. This was the Sleeping Beauty's plan. She had let Long Fei escape from the beginning for this. The Sleeping Beauty said, "Take advantage of his weakness and take his life. Right now, his strength is less than 10% of his original strength. However, you still have to be careful." Long Fei said, "His strength is not even 1/10 of his original strength. I think I am about the same." He was very tired. He was panting like an ox, but Long Fei did not stop to rest. He knew that this was his only chance. If he did not grab hold of it, it would be a waste of his 10 hours of running. It would be a waste if he didn't conquer it after 10 hours of pissing. Huff! Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief and said solemnly, "Even after chasing me for 10 hours, you still could not kill me. I do not know what kind of enmity I have with you. However, I'll give you one more chance. Obediently submit to me. Remember, you only have one chance." Sleeping Beauty said, "Master, this won't do. The beast King Question of God definitely won't lower its head to any human. Even the person who created it will not submit. Every demon beast had their own unique characteristic. Especially a demon beast of the semi-god level with frightening intelligence, it would definitely not submit to humans." Roar! Without waiting for Long Fei to finish, he punched down with his fist. Even though his power was not as strong as it was in the beginning, it was still sharp, as if it could shatter the air. Long Fei's gaze turned cold as he said, "Is this your choice? Are you unconvinced? I'll beat you until you submit. Without using the heaven-decimating sword, with a move of his fists, the magmatic fruit's power burst forth. Facing the Beast King question of God's fist, Long Fei shouted in his heart, Azura battle body. Boom! A thick wave of energy superimposed onto Long Fei's body. The two fists collided. Rumble! Long Fei's fist was not small, the magma in the air ruptured, and both fists collided. Long Fei's body was flung out. Boom, boom, boom. As his body flew out 1,000 meters in a straight line, the Beast King question of God's body slightly trembled, and didn't receive any substantial injuries. His face also revealed a cold and disdainful smile. You want me to submit? A weak human like you? Are you even worthy? Even if it is the person who created me, I will still not accept it. Do you think you're my match if you consume my energy? Brat, you're thinking too much. It was extremely disdainful. 1,000 meters away, a voice could be heard. Wishful thinking, right? Then let's see if it's wishful thinking. Boom! A flash of fire. Long Fei flew out in a straight line without any fancy tricks, and still smashed out with his fist heavily. The Beast King question of God was very disdainful, saying, I already said, your strength is too weak, it's useless against me. He was sent flying again. This time, the Beast King question of God's body slightly retreated half a step. He was forced half a step back from the previous trembling. Long Fei was sent flying just like before. However, in that moment Long Fei attacked again and shouted loudly, It's not even the slightest of use? Boom! Another violent punch. Boom! Another punch. Boom! 100 punches, 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches. The more he fought, the more shocked the Beast King question of God would become. Was clearly more exhausted than he was, and even more severely injured than he was, but the power that he exploded out was actually more and more powerful. Why? This was Long Fei. You can refuse to accept it. I'll beat you until you submit. Chapter 1458 Bro, I submit. Chapter 1458 Bro, I submit. When he went crazy, Long Fei never treated himself as a human being. For a semi-god monster as powerful as the Beast King question of God that had exploded, ordinary methods would definitely not be able to subdue it. If he wanted to make the semi-god monster cultivate the fitted soul by itself, then he would have to use inhuman means. Unconvinced? Beat him until he submitted. Not only in terms of strength, but it was also a psychological shock, a crushing pressure. Boom! Another fist attack struck, forcing Long Fei to retreat, shaking the Beast King question of God to retreat as well. Long Fei roared out, Are you convinced? Without waiting for the Beast King question of God to speak, Long Fei raised his fist that was the size of a claypot and struck it out once again. Boom! I'm asking you, are you convinced or not? He didn't speak again. Another punch to the head. Every time he attacked, he would go all out. Every time he went all out, the Beast King question of God felt a chill in its heart. Is this guy even human? He's simply a madman. He had seen many people in the powerhouse, and he had also seen stronger people, but he had never encountered such a madman before. To go crazy was too terrifying. He wasn't convinced by Long Fei's power, but his heart was moved by Long Fei's crazy, desperate state of mind. However, these things alone were not enough to conquer him. Brat, come again. Let's see how long you can hold on. He was the demon beast of the semi-realistic realm, and the rudiment of a divine spark already existed in his sea of consciousness. If he wanted to compete with other divine beasts, he was the real divine beast. His strength, body, and defense were countless times stronger than other divine beasts. Long Fei roared, Then give me another 10,000 fists. Boom! Long Fei did not speak anymore. Both his fists moved as he crazily struck out with an explosive force. Flames filled the sky, and after a short while, he said, "Ah, ah, ah, ah." Bang, 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 bang. The Beast King question of God's arm also continued to retaliate. It seemed as if even space itself would not be able to withstand it. At the martial arts practice grounds, all of the disciples that had come to take the test had come out. Everyone looked at the secret world's exit. The fierce rumbling sounds in the secret world continued for almost an hour. Even outside of the secret world, they could feel the strong impact of the energy. The shock to the soul was enormous. The strength released by the Beast King question of God is too strong. Long Fei is no longer able to be saved. He must have died inside. Ha ha. That's good too. Without him, we won't have too much trouble. He's definitely going to lose this time. The crowd burst into discussion. A Tong Tian divine beast was an incredibly strong existence that they could not deal with, let alone a Beast King question of God. Long Fei definitely could not survive. Zhao Kong was also facing the prideful smile, and was secretly delighted in his heart. Long Fei, you're not going to die this time? Nangong Yen and the awakened Yi Jingyun's face were filled with worry. What was happening in Secret World right now? Their hearts rose to their throats. At this time, one of the disciples said, "Elder, there is only an hour left. I see that Long Fei will not be able to come out, so why don't we close the exit of the secret world, and not waste our time because of him?" Yi Jingyun immediately jumped out and scolded, "What are you saying? Feng Tian, if it wasn't for Long Fei slicing through the void, how could you come out of ice and snow plane? When you almost froze to death in there, did you forget?" Feng Tian's expression slightly changed and said, "Yi Jingyun, I am only discussing the matter on the spot. No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him, Long Fei, to escape from the Beast King question of God. Even if he escaped, he wouldn't be able to escape. He hasn't killed a single beast question of God up till now, so he'll still die inside. I will still fail. If I fail, I might as well die inside. Otherwise, I might just come out and embarrass myself." Not waiting for him to finish, Yi Jingyun had already pounced on him, threw out a punch and shouted, "You ungrateful bastard, I should have let you die in ice and snow plane back then." Feng Tian was caught off guard and threw a punch straight into his face. He was smashed to the ground. With an ugly expression, rage raged on his face. His fists moved, and he directly struck out with full force. The few lackeys beside him also took action at the same time, attacking Yi Jingyun. Nangong Yen moved and blocked Yi Jingyun's way. "Hit him. Do you want to harm Laozi? Yi Jingyun, I'll cripple you today." Feng Tian shouted, and 4 or 5 people attacked at the same time. Yi Jingyun and Nangong Yen were already injured and incredibly weak. How could they possibly defend against the 5 of them attacking at the same time? After a few rounds, it became very dangerous. Seeing that Zhao Kong did not stop them, Nangong Yan's eyes turned sinister. With a move of his right hand, he took out the divine sword that Long Fei gave him. It was also at this moment. Zhao Kong shouted coldly, "Stop!" Yi Jingyun could not accept it and said, "Is it too late to stop?" The instant he grabbed Feng Tian, who was pushed back, he punched him again, causing Feng Tian to lie flat on the ground. Zhao Kong was enraged and shouted, "Didn't you hear what I said?" An imposing aura burst out from his body and directly crushed Yi Jingyun, making him kneel on the ground. He then shouted, "Attacking and injuring others, your test results are ineffective, 0. Nangong Yen protested, "Why should I?" Zhao Kong stared at Nangong Yen and said coldly, "And you dare go against an elder, your score is also 0 this time." Perfect. If he cancelled their results, then the higher-ups would not know that they had hunted down the beast question of God in less than 3 hours. That was why he did not break Zhan Wushuang's record. Zhan Wushuang would not be affected. Yi Jingyun laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. It's so funny, I never thought that the strongest power in the Chaos Realm would be the Tower Question of Goddess, such a sinister and despicable place. This kind of place is even worse than dog shit. Not waiting for him to finish, Zhao Kong became angry, the pressure on his body became even stronger, and shouted with both of his eyes, "How can the Tower Question of God let you sully it?" Buzz! Boom! An explosive sound of pressure exploded, exploding onto Yi Jingyun's body. Yi Jingyun could not take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Tian laughed proudly. Yi Jingyun, continue to be arrogant, ha ha ha. Yi Jingyun could not accept it, but Nangong Yen did her best to stop him. If this continued, Zhao Kong would kill him, and more importantly, Zhao Kong would definitely be fine. Zhao Kong stared at Yi Jingyun and said, "My orders are orders, I sentence you to 0 points. You must obey, otherwise. Don't blame me for being impolite." He crushed them with brute force. You are not allowed to resist at all. Inside the secret world. Are you convinced? Long Fei now was no longer fighting, but was riding on top of the Beast King Question of God's head and violently beating it up. He said, "This old man only asks you one question, are you convinced?" The Beast King Question of God was rendered incapable of taking care of itself. Moreover, he was also completely convinced by Long Fei, and panted heavily, saying, "I submit." Chapter 1459 You're sure? Chapter 1459 You're sure? He was almost blown away. The Beast King Question of God really had no choice. After a few hours of intense clash, even though he did not kill Long Fei, he was still mostly injured. Moreover, he truly admired Long Fei. From the bottom of his heart, he admired the fact that this person's cultivation was not strong, but he was still able to unleash such a powerful force. He was truly extraordinary. I'm convinced. That should be fine, right? The Beast King Question of God said. Huff! Long Fei exhaled a long breath. Every inch of his body was wounded, and fresh blood dripped down, as if he had crawled up from a pool of blood. Long Fei said in his heart, "Girl, this is my method. This is my Tao." The Sleeping Beauty was dumbstruck. It was the first time she had been shocked. He was shocked for Long Fei. She had other ways to make the Beast King Question of God submit, but her way might not be able to make him admire her, and it would not be 100% of making him submit to Long Fei. But Long Fei did it. He had done it with his Tao. The Sleeping Beauty was silent for a moment, then it giggled and said, "Master, so mighty and domineering, so powerful that even lightning strikes to the sky, hee." While they were talking, there were tears in her eyes. She knew better than anyone how hard Long Fei was trying. It could be said that not even the super powerhouse on the Heavenly Emperor board could withstand the intense battle for 3 to 4 hours. Long Fei had won. This was his Tao. "Even if you want to fight me head-on, I'll still overturn you." Long Fei did not see the tears in the Sleeping Beauty's eyes. He stared at the Beast King Question of God and said, "If you submit, then become my war pet now." "Be your war pet?" The Beast King Question of God was startled. Long Fei immediately shouted, "What? Can't you?" He raised his sleeves and clenched his fist. As long as the Beast King Question of God dared to say half a word of no, he would immediately punch it out. The Beast King Question of God was truly afraid of Long Fei now, and said, all right, what you say is what it is it not enough? Right. Be my war pet, you have something special about you, I want to use you to cultivate a kind of technique." Long Fei did not hide anything and directly said it. The reason he wanted the Beast King Question of God was so that he could cultivate the fitted soul. The kind of power that instantly absorbed Beast King Question of God's semi-realistic realm. This was what he wanted. The Beast King Question of God's eyes widened in shock and said, "To become your war pet, I still need to give you cultivation techniques. You Can't I? Long Fei bellowed, his fists clenched tightly as his joints cracked. The Beast King Question of God immediately stopped and said, Okay, whatever you say is fine. I just hope that you don't fight anymore. If you continue fighting, I'm really going to die. Too tired. Long Fei was satisfied. That's more like it. And then, Long Fei slightly said, Then do as I say. The Beast King Question of God nodded and said, Brother, whatever you say, I admire you. The idea connected. Long Fei released the power of the fitted soul. Next, the sea of consciousness of the Beast King Question of God shook suddenly. Its expression was one of shock. This kind of cultivation technique? Divine abilities? So powerful! Beast King Question of God was secretly shocked. One man, one beast's idea established a trusting relationship, just like when they signed a contract. Once Long Fei signed it, they would be able to control the Beast King Question of God. It could absorb all the energy in his body. In other words, the current Long Fei had the power of semi-realistic realm, the entire strength of Beast King Question of God. Huff! After doing all this, Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief and fell on his butt. His heart relaxed, as though he was going to collapse. I almost died here. The Beast King Question of God said, Boss, you can really take it head on. Long Fei said, It's not easy, brother. The Beast King Question of God said, What if I still don't agree? Long Fei did not hide anything and said, If you do not agree, then I'm afraid you are already dead. Long Fei's eyes revealed a sharp look. Long Fei's own strength may not be enough to kill the Beast King Question of God, but he still had a hidden trump card that he had not used. If he was truly on the verge of death, Long Fei would also go all out and use the power of the 60 level of Golden Cudgel. However, at that time, the Beast King Question of God would probably be insta-killed. The energy of the main artifact on the 60th floor? What could it be? Zhan Wushuang, can you still hold on? Long Fei was a little excited when he thought of the power of the Golden Cudgel's 60th floor. This staff could definitely turn over a large number of people. And then, he summoned the healing spring out. Long Fei said slightly, Rest for a bit and recover. The healing spring quickly healed the wounds on Long Fei's and the Beast King Question of God's body. 24 hours are up. Feng Tian seemed to be more enthusiastic than anyone else as he immediately said to Zhao Kong, Elder, you can seal the entrance of the secret world now and summon all the people inside. Yi Jingyun looked at the exit of the secret world and thought to himself, Boss, you didn't finish the exam? If it wasn't completed, if he scored 0 3 times, he would lose his qualification to take the exam. At the same time, Yi Jingyun was determined that even if Long Fei failed, he would not stay. He was already disappointed in the Tower Question of God. Zhao Kong slightly smiled and said, Not bad, it's time. According to what I said before, disciples who have not completed the examination within 24 hours will not pass. If you don't pass, you get 0 points. Zhao Kong was secretly pleased with himself in his heart. Ever since the violent tremors in the secret world had disappeared, he was certain that Long Fei had already been turned into mincemeat. There was no longer any possibility of him surviving. He was very sharp in this matter. They would definitely receive Kai Tiannan's rewards. And then, Zhao Kong ordered, Close secret world. Long Fei, you lost. Ha ha ha. In his heart, he was extremely pleased with himself. Feng Tian also stared at Yi Jingyun and said, Yi Jingyun, your master will never come out, ha ha. Even if he comes out, he would be kicked out of the Tower Question of God. He's destined to be someone who doesn't belong to the same world as me, so when I pass the examination and become a member of the Tower Question of God, he'll be an ant in my eyes, ha ha. Many people laughed proudly. Just as the secret world was about to close. Boom! A figure flashed past. A man rushed out, his body covered in blood. He let out a long breath and said, I finally dared to come back. I was almost too late. The person who rushed out was no other than Long Fei. Zhao Kong's eyes turned sinister, his expression immediately changed, and he asked, Long Fei? Feng Tian's expression also changed greatly. Yi Jingyun and Nangongyan were overjoyed and became excited. Long Fei looked at the astonishment and anger in Zhao Kong's eyes and could not help but sneer. I'm out, are you very disappointed? Zhao Kong shouted and said, Long Fei, take out the beast question of God's head and take a look. The other disciples did not take them out, because if they wanted to take out the two beast question of God's heads, they could only use the marks on the heads of the beast question of God. No special inspection is required. This Zhao Kong was obviously making things difficult for Long Fei. Long Fei grinned and smiled. Are you sure? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.